Good evening, everybody. How you doing? Can you hear me? Good. Thumbs up. Hey, good. How are you? Yes, that's right. Well, I did. Yeah, we'll talk about that tonight. And let's see where we are. Okay. Everybody have a chance to work on your midterm exam. I know several of you did. Saw some scores and pretty good ones too. I don't want you to worry about the score too much because, again, that's purely just to kind of get you some practice. It is nice to see kind of where you are, but that is not, those aren't questions written by the Real Estate Commission. Those are written by us as a school to help you review the material so far. And it is a way for you to start getting a handle on the dynamics of test-taking skill. So that's what's kind of being tested just as much as anything else. With that said, tell me in the chat or speak out what questions you might have. I know I've got a couple from Sheena. So tell me what other questions you were confused about, we need a little clarification on. I've got yours pulled up, Sheena. Yeah, sure. Right. That's right. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, right. Okay. So the wording is can be confusing. Sometimes they'll use the word, the following items will convey, for one thing. Sometimes that's a word you'll see. And when you see the word convey in our standard contract in North Carolina, what they're saying is convey with the title to the house. So it's going to stay with the house. So you got to kind of look for those little clues too. So let's read it carefully. Jim contracted to sell. So we are under contract. He has no exceptions about fixtures. So that means there's nothing that was allotted for that is allowed to be taken by the seller. All fixtures must remain. He grew the maples and other ornamental trees that he had cultivated for years. So the words we get there, what does that indicate about these trees? Does it say anything about whether they're in the ground or in pots? Any reason why we should think that they are in pots? That would be one, yeah, right. That would be one of the clues you'd be looking for. So they would need to specify. Otherwise, trees we're assuming are growing in the ground, and that's the perspective you could answer the question from. He had the chandelier inherited from Grandma hanging in the dining room, so that was not like taken down and sitting in the corner. Custom blinds fit perfectly in the new home, but they are still installed unless they tell us otherwise, right? So which of the following statements are true? Can he take the Japanese maples because he planted and cultivated? No, not unless he has an exception built and written into the contract, right? He'd have to make an exception and say, I know these are normally fixtures, but I want to take them with me. And then the buyer would have to sign off on that, and then he could take them, right? Can he remove the chandelier as long as he does it prior to closing? Well, if we were just in the pre-listing phase, then yes, right? But now we're under contract. Whatever's in the contract, we have to assume from this wording and nothing else reading into it that the chandelier's put in, as they say, it's hanging, and therefore, no, he's got to leave it alone. If he wanted Grandma's chandelier, he should have done something else. Like take it down. Probably a best practice would be to don't even put it up while the showings were happening and tempt the buyer with them. second best practice would be, hey, buyer, look at that cool chandelier. You can't have it. I'm taking it with me. And then make sure that, would it be enough if he had said the chandelier's not included in the MLS description? Would that be enough to allow him to take it with him? Or what else would have to happen in order for him to legally take that chandelier down and take it with him? Right. Exactly. The MLS is not enough. That's advertising. That's essentially as if you were to have put it in a Facebook post, right? Just saying washer, dryer, refrigerator is included, chandelier is included. None of that holds any water unless it makes it into the contract. Look for that on the test too. They like to test your knowledge about the contracts, which we're going to be getting into tonight. And then, can he remove the custom blinds since he could use them in the new home? We don't care about your new home, right? That's your problem. You should have written it up differently, right? With me? So yeah, there's no reason in this problem that we should assume other than all items are going to stay in that house. But any of these things could and have happened in real life. People get all kinds of attitudes about, well, I just forgot to write them up. And who's probably going to take the fall for it if he really did want to keep those maples and take them with him and somehow they didn't get included in the contract? Who's he going to complain to first? Yeah, us, you bet. Hey, agent, I told you that back when I listed the property. Why didn't that get into the contract? Even if the agent said, well, why did you sign a contract that didn't have it written up? That might result in a complaint, right? And maybe not. Does the agent get sanctioned for it? Maybe not. You guys keep thinking. Let me take a look over at one of the ones that Sheena asked about. Let's see. Second one. Okay. Gotcha. Owner of a large tract of land places the property on the market. 2 years before, he had entered into a lease agreement with an oil company to remove oil from the property. The term of that lease was for 40 years. The company did tests and determined it was not feasible for drilling. Do they say anything about whether the lease went away? We can only assume the lease is still in place, right? All we know is that it wasn't feasible for drilling, but we don't know anything more than that. It's real easy on problems like these to start saying what if, or yes, but, or they should have done this, and kind of mentally read more into the question than is really there. So be real careful about that. So which of the following is true? Here's the other thing. In this one, it's pretty clear cut. We're looking for the thing that's right in real life. But if they say which of the following is the exception or false, that's when you can get twisted up too. There's another one in this test that I got wrong. I got one wrong, and it was because of that. I do that frequently. So if I had to take a test that really mattered, like you guys have to, I would have to really work on that for myself and think, okay, take a breath. Are they asking for the thing that's true or the thing that is the exception? It gets me almost every time. If I'm caught up in the stress and the speed, well, one thing I do wrong with I'm taking these practice ones is I just try to do it for speed, which is dumb. But I don't have anything on the line, right? You guys do, and that would certainly be a difference. The owner can convey the tract with the buyer taking title subject to the encumbrance of the lease. Is that true in and of itself? So here's what you can do. Take out your scrap paper, which you are allowed to have. Write down the number, write 2 ABCD. And when it's whether asking true or false, just eliminate the question itself here. In this one, it's not that hard, but go down through the list and say, what is this sentence in and of itself a true statement? Then go back and look at the test question and say, okay, now are they asking me for the true one or are they asking me for the false one? And that kind of maybe helps your brain not get in the way, right? So is this true that an owner can convey a tract with the buyer taking title subject to an encumbrance? Yes. If the buyer's willing to do so, it is true. As long as the buyer's okay with that, that is a true statement in and of itself. Okay, so that's a good candidate. I mean, obviously we can see the green check. We know that's the right answer. But in real life, when you're in the test, that don't really see any disqualifier here so far. Right? Now, you have to read through all of them though, because don't forget the other principle in test taking. You're looking for the best answer, not just one that could possibly be right. Sometimes if you stop reading because you think that's the right one and your brain flip-flopped on you, reading the other answers might have clarified and helped you realize, oh, wait, I was thinking backwards on that last one. Here's the best answer. So read every answer every time. The owner could not lease the oil rights because they were inseparable from the property. What did we learn back in chapter 2 about the air rights, the surface rights, and the subsurface rights? Are they inseparable from each other? Or how many owners could there be for one given property? There's another way to ask that question. Yeah, so they are not, in fact, inseparable. You could separate those rights. The person with the right to use the surface part, build a house on it, different than the person allowed to drill underneath that house. So B is false. That is not a real statement in real life. None of the other answers are true. Well, we already know that A is, so that disqualifies C. And then the owner can't convey the tract of land because of the encumbrance of the mineral lease. That's sort of just another way of saying A, right? Yes, you can convey land even though there's a lease on it, even though someone else has an interest in another portion of it, as long as both parties are agreeing, as long as the buyer's okay with that. And the buyer might be okay with it because maybe it's a 40-acre parcel of land and that lease is an oil lease and it's some oil company who has one of those pull it out of the ground devices right way off in the back end of it that you'll never even see. But you, when you buy the property, not only are buying it subject to that oil lease, but you're also buying it with the rights to make the money they're paying you for the lease. A built-in tenant. That's not such a bad idea, right? It sounds like a negative when we read through them right here, but I wouldn't mind owning property where I had a built-in person that didn't get in my way of living there and had to pay me money every month, right? So does that help march through and make sense of it? What were your other ones? Let me get the other one from Sheena and then we'll come over. Who was that? So I don't miss you. Misha. Okay, Misha, 1 second. What else, Sheena? Yes. So we're looking at mechanics liens. So let me scroll through here. Mm-hmm. I believe it was this one, right? Build a deck, finish it with the bill, August 15th. What's the priority based on? It is this one. Okay. So let's do some counting. We got to count the days and think about that. Put the little mention in your notes. When it's a mechanics lien problem, what are they going to be testing you on? Probably loan hierarchy. Also, does it even earn a spot in the hierarchy of liens? Because if it wasn't filed within the right number of days, that's probably what they're going to be testing you on. Let's think about that. They drop off materials on March 1st. So that's the first day of either work or materials. Finished is it on March 30th. Hands a bill to the owner. Later, the owner still hasn't paid. Very real world case there. Contractor records the lien on August 15th. What is the number of days that he has to record the lien and still have a shot at maybe getting his money? Yeah, Joseph says 120 days, but from when? 120 days he must file the lien, but 120 days from what date? The beginning of the work or the last day of the work? You got it. The last day of the work or materials. And then that's just the timeline within which he must file the lien. When does his place in line happen? Once he's filed the lien in the right number of days, the 120 days, where does he fall in lien priority? Based on the last date of work or the first date of work? The first date of work. right? So those are kind of 3 points. 120 days to file the lien, and that's 120 from the last day of work or provided materials. What's the 180 days? What was that number about? Is that filing the lien? No, we just said what the filing was. What is that one? Yeah, to execute it, to enact it, to say, now I want my money. Here's the 120 is to get your place in line so that first day of work or materials can represent your day in line. The 180 is the amount of time you have to say, okay, they didn't actually pay me like I was afraid they wouldn't, so I do definitely want it. Now I want my money. But they're not asking about that 180. They're just asking about which date would the contractor's priority be based. If he recorded the deed within 120 days, if we do our counting on a calendar and realize that he did do it properly within 120 days, what would his date in line be? No, don't count him yet, but just tell me which date is going to be his date if the calendar it works in his favor. I mean, what if there was like, this is a deck builder. If there was a plumber who also had to file a mechanics lien, and that plumber started his work on March 5th, and they both filed in the right number of days, who would win? Who would get paid first? March 5th on that guy or March 1st on this guy? This guy wins because March 1st is the date that he gets to stand in line representing, right? So now here's the magic question, and I think Sheena's already figured it out. How many days was it after the last date of work or materials that he actually recorded the lien? August 15th is how many days after March 30th? Is it more than 120? Then is he okay, or does he not even have a place in line? See there? So they definitely throw in the March 1st and the March 30 because they know those are two easily distractible numbers. And the August 15th is a pretty reasonable one to assume somebody's going to get wrong. But the problem is the 120 days. In fact, that's more like 150, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yep. So no priority. Noted. I'll pass it up the chain. Yeah. Yeah, must is definitely a red flag word, but sometimes it's right, but usually it's not. Let's see, you had to think one more, and then we'll go to Misha. Let's see. Which of the following are public land use restrictions? Sir? Let me do a good old search here. There we go. That's what I should have done to begin with. Which of the following are examples of public land use restrictions? Okay, so we talked about both public and private in the same chapter, same evening. And we started talking about public. So without looking at the screen right now, tell me an example of a public land use restriction. Public. Yeah, that means the government is involved. Public. For the good of the public. What's an example of a private land use control or restriction? Exactly. Perfect. The one that I think is probably the most confusing in this answer choice selection is the second one, because you're thinking, wait, subdivision ordinances, does that mean like covenants and restrictions? No. Because remember that part we saw that was the question, how many times do you have to divide a property in order for it to be legally considered a subdivision? and therefore have to comply with subdivision regulations, right? Only two. Just chop it in half. Doesn't even have to be 50-50. You just chop it into two pieces. Now you've got a subdivision, which doesn't mean you're going to stick a sign in the front and say, welcome to Two Property Estates, this world's smallest subdivision. It just means that they have to comply with the government regulations for making a subdivision. And so with that in mind, what about restrictive covenants, public or private? Private. We could make our scratch paper reference again, question 20, little I, 1, 2, and 3. So we know restrictive covenants are private. What about subdivision ordinances, public or private? Public, right? Public, because the government cares, because they're like, got to keep them safe, got to do these subdivisions right. And then zoning, we know, is also public. So now that you've got them labeled on your scratch paper, it's much easier to say, okay, which ones are, oh, they want public. Okay, then what do I have public written down on my scratch paper? Just 2 and 3. Does this help? Yeah. Yeah. It happens. What else? Misha, did you have something? You're welcome. Good question. And let's obviously we can see it here, so kind of seeing the answer can kind of help us. There are a couple of entities, a couple of people involved when there's a timeshare. There's the one who created it, the developer. Like, if it's not a timeshare, what if it's a normal neighborhood where they're selling properties instead of timeshares? There's a developer, the one who hires the contractor to come out and grade the lots and put in the curb and gutter, and then who hires and lets the builders come in and build the actual houses. So that's the developer. Then once they start coming out of the ground with product and maybe even make a model home, maybe even before the model is built, they have somebody who needs to sell these things. The developer doesn't want to stand out there all day saying, hey, come buy my property. He's going to hire a salesperson. So think of it, make sure that you're thinking of it as two separate people. The developer who creates the project, and then the salesperson who he hires to sell it for him. So who is it that gets fined $500 if they don't comply with the Timeshare Act? Would it be the developer or would it be the salesperson? Who has more on the line? Who does it belong to? Think of it that way. The developer is who it belongs to. So therefore, if it's an exception that somebody could be fined by the commission, it's got to be a pretty big deal. So therefore, it's going to be the owner of the project. It's going to be the developer, right? The developer gets fined. That's why they put those dollar amounts in there. But see, they threw you. They said, well, how much is it? How much is the fine? Yeah. And here's the other thing. The developer hired that salesperson. You think if the salesperson did something wrong, maybe the developer might be on the hook a little bit too, and they might end up having to be fined. But if they were fined, I don't see the right fine amount in these answer choices. The fine, the amount of the fine that they propose going to the developer is not right. That's not $500 times 3. That's $1,000 times 3. So even if the developer got fined, you answered B. Right. Right. But it's not the salesperson that would be fined. It would be the developer. If that had said developer may be fined, then yeah, probably the right answer or a right answer. But the salesperson would not be fined. It's just the developer. who gets fined $500 per violation. The salesperson, however, is still not off the hook. What's the commission going to have to say to them? Well, you need to get your stuff right. You should provide this public offering statement like you're supposed to. And so while they don't fine a salesperson, they could certainly reprimand them. Salesperson's not off the hook, but they're not going to get fined. The developer could get fined because a public offering statement was not provided, but the amount in the answer choices here is the wrong one. If it had said the developer may be fined $1,500 by the real estate commission, then we'd have a problem because there'd be two right answers in there, right? Because something wrong was done. The developer's got to be fined the $500, but it should have said 15, not 3. And since it said 3, we've got to cross that one out. What else? I can just make my way on through them also because there are very many of them. We did one and... No, go ahead. Number 12, maybe. Non-possessory interest. Or this one. This one. Let's see. A claimant of adverse possession bringing a suit under color of title must prove which of the following. All right. What do we know about adverse possession? It's weird. It's sort of like squatters' rights. The claimant would be the one trying to get the property because they have been possessing it adversely some amount of time. What is your thought? Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. So that was the first thing we learned. In a subsequent slide, we talk about there is a little nuance to that. The 20 years is how long it would be required to use it openly, continuously, exclusively, adversely, and notoriously. But that's if there is a clear title on the property. If there's a clouded title, it's only necessary to do all those ocean activities for 7 years. So when you saw yes, exactly. There's something less than clear going on, right? Tinted, like those glasses you're wearing, are they clear or do they have a little bit of a tint to them, right? So cloudy color of title means same thing. So when we see color of title, we think, okay, 7, not 20. So let's look at our answer choices and see what involves 7, not 20. And there are 2. What's wrong with he was given permission to use the property 7+ years ago? How does that not become the answer? Because it's not... Got it. In fact, that's the way that you could break the chain and ruin it for them. So maybe year 6.5, they think, oh, wow, 6 more months and I can petition the court. But the owner then finds out that you're using it and says, oh, that's okay, you can use it. Just canceled out all those 6 years. Now you have permission. And then the next minute, the owner could say, never mind, I changed my mind. And all of that is poof, up in smoke. Gone. The permission kills it. So defective legal document that led him to believe he has owned the property for at least the past 7 years. There's nothing in that disqualifies it. He has had actual possession for 20+ years. He needs an easement to access a public right-of-way. That's not involved with this in general. Does that help? Welcome. Others? Oh, 11. Let's take a look at 11. Did we do 11? Okay, good. Which of the following statements are true about the Machinery Act? So the Machinery Act doesn't sound like it has anything to do with the actual topic, which is taxation. It's the machinery of how we collect taxes on a property. We give it a value. We set a tax rate every year, or the government, I should say, and they use those 2 amounts to come up with how much the property owner must pay. So let's go down through our choices. Don't even look at the ABCD. Let's just acknowledge which of these are true or false, and then go back and see which ones we need to to choose. Is it true that real property is taxed on an ad valorem or at value basis? At the value of the property, is that true in and of itself? Yeah, that's why it's called ad valorem taxes. And is it at the value every year for every, like the most current value, or is it's just at the value determined whenever it's determined? But we don't have all that detail in here. Let's just go off of what we have. So that's a true. Real property is taxed on the property's current appraised value. Is that true in and of itself? Current appraised. Is it considered current if it's like 7 years old? 7 years ago it was appraised. Right, current is this year or immediately. So that's not true. Property is not taxed on the current appraised value. How old could the appraised value be that your taxes are based on? What's the oldest it could possibly be? How frequently are we required, or they required, to reassess all property values? There you go. 8 years, right? Because every 8 years, everybody gets fussy. Couple 3 years ago in Mecklenburg, and then the following year in Cabarrus County, everybody on Facebook. I got my letter from the city and my tax value went up. And good grief, this last one, they went up for like 40% for some people. It was significant. So it's not current appraised value. It's the appraised value from whenever that octennial reappraisal thing happened, which may not have been all that current. Could have been 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Wouldn't be 9 years ago, because it's required that every 8 years this thing is reassessed. Is it true that property must be assessed every 4 years? Well, there's that M word again. Is it true that it could be assessed every 4? Sure, because there is the optional horizontal adjustment. If the city, county says, we've had a lot of people moving in, it's just been a booming town these last few years, and so the schools are overcrowded, the roads are suffering, we need some money to help keep up with the growth, so we need to reassess in half the time that we normally do, and that's allowable. So that's a false. I'm sorry, that is true. Which of the following is true? Oh, no, it's false because it doesn't have to be. It could be, but it doesn't have to be. And then 4, tax rates may be changed every year. Is that true or false? Yeah, they could be. And by the way, when are we going to find out what any given year's tax rate is? What month does that tax rate for the year come out, get published? July. You got it, July. And it could be a mill rate. It could be a dollars per hundred rate. So there it is. Which ones did we mark on our scratch paper that said true? And it was 1 and 4. There you go. B, 1 and 4. Let's go back and see if we see any that we want to talk about. Got 2. We okay with these? Number 3, which are the inheritable freehold estates? I picture that graph, that chart in my mind, and I think, what were the things on the left versus the right? There are only 2 things under the column non-inheritable, but we want the ones that are inheritable. So the ones that are inheritable, certainly fee simple absolute, because you can pass that on to your heirs. Life estates, that's pretty generic. That could include both conventional and for the life of another. And we know one type of life estate, the conventional one, is not inheritable, so that is not inheritable. And then number 3, that is the one that's inheritable. So 1 and 3 are the inheritable ones. How are we on this one? Unmarried couple purchases a home together. The deed doesn't say. When it says it's silent, it says it doesn't address it in the deed. How they're going to hold title. They just bought it when they were not married. Then they got married. Did some magical elves appear in the file down at the courthouse and change the wording from what it was into adding that magical phrase, tenants by the entirety? No. Nor does it happen legally that it becomes tenants by the entirety just because people get married. So if they're not tenants by the entirety, what are they? if they don't do anything to change it. They're going to hold title as tenants in common. Just like you and me, any of us in here in this room, if we bought something together, we're not married to each other, so we would probably pick tenants in common, not joint tenancy, by the way. But in this case, they're going to go default to tenants in common. Why not joint tenancy? What's wrong with joint tenancy in North Carolina? You got it. Non-preferred, it's possible, but they'd have to word it very exact, very specifically, perfectly. Buyer of a condo may take title in which of the following manners? How could somebody take title to a condo, whether it's one person or multiple people? Can a buyer to a condo take title in severalty, that third option? That means one person owns it. Yeah, if one person's buying it, one person owns it. It's called ownership in severalty. That's easy. Could they own it as joint or tenants in common? Yeah, any of those work. Here's the thing. Don't let that word throw you. Don't be tired and think, oh, wait, condo, and mistake it for co-op or cooperative. Another long C word. Because if it had said the buyer of a co-op may take title, how? How does someone own a cooperative or co-op? It's not a fee simple absolute situation, is it? How do they have permission to use their individual unit with a proprietary lease? And then how do they own it? Not as a fee simple absolute deed kind of thing, but as a share of stock in the corporation that owns the whole thing. So that's the one that you could maybe get mixed up here with. Purchasing a new residential townhouse, it's new construction and it's a townhouse. How many days of rescission must the developer allow the purchaser? Why does it not say 7? Was that a tempting answer choice for anybody? New construction townhouse versus new construction condo. It's the Condominium Act of North Carolina from 1986 that says new construction condos buyers must be given a right of rescission, the right to back out for 7 days. But that doesn't apply to existing condos, resales. It doesn't apply to townhouses either. So there's none. There is no right of rescission for townhouses. This was a different one than the one we saw before, I think, but still a mechanics lien related thing. Contractor drops it off on March 1st, finished on March 30th, bill for $40,000. Later records a lien on May 15th. Which of the liens would have priority over this mechanics lien? Well, let's stop for a second, learn from that last problem, and think real quick. Is this a valid lien? Do they even have any priority? So finished on March 30th, that's March 30th to April 30th to May 30th. That's less than 60 days, so we're good. So they do have priority, and their priority date is March 1st. But what else is out there? What beats them? March 1st is their date. They would beat March 5th, so that can't be right. They would also beat March 2nd. If it's something is unrecorded, they're not even in the game, right? So that doesn't help them. And so as we know, this might have been enough of a clue, period, to have gotten you the right answer. Might be one of the only questions you could stop there, because I can't really even think of an exception that there would be a better answer in here. But don't make that a practice. Don't just stop. Always read them all. Liens against real property. Well, we know property tax could result in a lien. We know special assessments by the government, by the way. If they were to have said special assessments by an HOA, that's different. If they just leave it alone, just assume government, unless they tell you otherwise. And then a mortgage company, a loan company, any of those could result in a lien if you don't pay them. They don't ask for the order of them, just would they even be one? Non-possessory interest. Sometimes those long syllable words can be a little scary, but it just means that you don't own it and you don't get to use it. You don't get to use it. Like a renter gets to use it. They would have a possessory interest, but they don't own it. So which of the following is a non-possessory? You have an interest in the property, but you don't get the right to actually occupy it. And that's a great example of an appurtenant easement. And I think of a driveway across your neighbor's land because it's the only way that your property can have access to the road. You don't get to just camp out in the driveway, but you can use it to get across their land to the public right of way. Easement in gross. We talked about appurtenant easements, but an easement in those run with the land, but an easement in gross runs with the party, the one who has the right to use this thing. And a railroad company is a great example, or utility company. They have the right to use it. Or railroad company has those tracks running across various people's land. And while they're a railroad company doing their business, they have that right. If they go out of business, unless they sell those tracks and the next person has access, then that goes away. So what would be an example of an easement in gross? Not this one, because that would run with the property. You'd have to keep honoring it. A personal easement to an individual, yeah, they would have an easement in gross. That just means they have that easement for themselves as well as a utility company. How could a title get transferred? That's probably a pretty simple one for you. We're looking for sales or losing it to foreclosure. Consummation is a great one because people get paid. Everybody's happy. By will, you're leaving that to an heir. Adverse possession. So lease has a possessory interest. You get to occupy it and use it, but you don't own it. You're not getting the title transferred to you. So that's that one. Which of the following elements are essential for valid deed conveyance? Oh boy, essential. Do we know our essential elements to a deed compared to non-essential? The wording of it is this: what could make it not be a valid deed or not? Right? It doesn't mean that non-essential elements aren't allowed to be on there. It just means that they have nothing to do with whether it's an actual deed or not. And so which of the following, for a valid deed to occur, which of the following elements are essential? It's got to be in writing. Does it have to be signed by the one you're giving it to? Who signs the deed? Just the seller, just the giver. Does it have to be recorded to be considered a valid deed? No. But if we wanted to read more into the question, which doesn't help us answer this question, but for the purposes of preparing for a possible other question, in North Carolina, do deeds need to be recorded for other reasons? Yes. So that they're considered closed, so that you have the Connor Act, which says now you're protected against third-party claims, but the recording of the deed doesn't affect its validity. It doesn't require it to be recorded to make it valid or not. How about this one? Did this give anybody problems? Seller of an antique store in an area zoned single family. So they're operating a store in an area where only people are supposed to be living, probably because they've operated that store forever and they're grandfathered in. So they sell it to an antiques dealer. There was no agent involved and the zoning was never discussed. What's not true regarding this scenario? Wait a minute. So far in this test, they've only said which of the following is true. And this was the one I missed because I did acknowledge it said not true, but then I go about my happy day reading through each of these. I'm like, wait a minute. How's that true? Well, it's not true. That's what makes it the right answer. So I'm like, oh yeah. Okay. So which of the following is not true? Ignore this for right now. Let's just go down through here and say, is this true in real life? And then go make sure, wait, what do they want? The thing that is true or the thing that's not true? And then go pick it. Now that we have the little word T or F, right? Or true or false, true, whatever. So if the property was sold while operating as an illegal use, the buyer will be allowed to continue the use under the innocent buyer doctrine. Did anybody rack your brains trying to think, did we talk about an innocent buyer doctrine? I have to be honest, I looked it up in the index. I don't ever remember in 5 years ever teaching this, and there is none. And then that's when I looked at the question again, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's why this is the right answer, because they're looking for the thing that's not true. There is no innocent buyer doctrine, because the thing we need is what is not true, and this is the answer choice that's not true. Because we didn't learn about this, it's not a thing. Is it true that if the property is in a non-conforming use, the buyer may, okay, there's a buzzword, that might very well indicate a good possible true answer, may be able to legally continue? Yes, they could be, if they are given permission to be. So that's going to have a little T out to the side. If the property is operating illegally, the buyer's use could be stopped by an injunction. Absolutely. Oh, you bought it from that guy and he didn't tell you that he was using it illegally? Well, one of the things about a non-conforming use is that if it burns down, blows up, you probably can't build it back and keep using it that way. You're subject to it staying intact the whole time. You can't expand on it. You can't like add and double the size. And if you sell it to somebody, they don't inherit the right to use it. Wasn't their grandfather. In other words, they don't get grandfather's rights because you sold it to them, and therefore now the new buyer has to comply with whatever the real current zoning is. That's why this could be true in real life. Buyer could not be allowed possibly to use it. Most likely wouldn't be. And is it true that if the property is operating as a non-conforming use, which it's legal to operate as a non-conforming use, by the way. That's not illegal. The buyer should be careful to ascertain whether this is legal or illegal. That's probably the best, prettiest answer in terms of general real estate practices, but not the best answer for this question, because we're looking for the thing that's not true. And B through D are all potentially true in real life. We need the one that's absolutely never true, not it at all. Ted and Sally built a home on a lot they recently purchased. It was irregular. Strict adherence to the zoning ordinance makes it impossible to put their house on it. The footprint won't fit of the house because of the way it's shaped. It doesn't fall within the setback lines from all the sides. A slight deviation from the setback requirements would allow them what's necessary to build their home. What are they going to try to pursue to solve their problem? They're going to go to the zoning board and say, hey, here's our situation. We don't think we're special, but we're in a situation how we can't use our property and build a house on it because the way the property is shaped, it doesn't give us the shape area we need to put our house footprint. So they could ask the zoning board for a variance, because if they can make a case that they're having an undue hardship in owning this property that they can't do anything with, then maybe the board would say, well, okay, you can be over the setback lines a little bit. Does that make sense? Differences between general and special warranty deed, best described as what? General warranty deed free of all encumbrances whatsoever. Not necessarily true. Special, the seller warrants he will defend against all claims whatsoever. Well, if you didn't know any better, the word special seems to imply that, but we know better. We know that general is actually the best way, and they have this switched around backwards. So therefore, this answer is not right. A special warranty may only be used for special circumstances, such as foreclosures. It is true that special warranty deeds are probably going to be the way that bank is conveying our real estate owned property to you, that they have foreclosed on. But let's keep reading. And in this case, we're glad we did, because there is a better answer. General warranty deed, the seller warrants they will defend claims against title, all claims whatsoever. In a special warranty deed, the seller will only defend title against claims from when they possessed it. Clearly the best answer of all of them. A special warranty deed can be more than just this one situation. Probably what makes it less of a good choice. The math, any math problems, any issues when we go over any of that on calculating taxes on the math? It seemed pretty straightforward. I won't unless you tell me that you want it. And then excise tax. We okay on excise tax as well? Good. All right. Does that help? You got another time, but I'd probably save it for your later in the course when you do some review. But you probably have these now that we've gone through them. Let's take a look at chapter 8. How far did we get? Okay, good. We didn't get all the way. We still had a little bit to go. We talked a lot about dual and designated dual agency. Now that you've had a week to kind of percolate on it, questions about dual and designated dual. Anything still confusing about that? And if there is, you're in good company, and that's very normal. This does not go down easy. It takes a little while to really grasp. So don't feel bad about it. So let's see. We last we're talking about working with buyers, and whether buyers or sellers, we need to talk to them about their options. And part of that is, what do we offer? And we might not offer them everything. We might say to them, look, there's this thing you might have heard about called the dual agency, but my firm doesn't allow me to do that. And you probably explain to them why. This slide is talking about if a buyer, for instance, calls you on a sign and says, I don't have an agent and I don't want an agent, including you, and you're the listing agent. I just want to buy this house. Can I not sign my life away and hire somebody as an agent and just buy it and be an unrepresented buyer? Yes, you can. Please sign here. But this is that fourth item on the disclosure, the working with agents disclosure, that acknowledges that they understand what that means. The very important thing to point out, look, buyer, you're going to fall in love with me. I'm pretty great. I know you're going to like me and trust me eventually, because you're going to see that I'm just trying to pull this together for everybody. However, I represent the seller. Don't get it mixed up. Don't ever tell me anything you don't want the seller to know, because I'm their person. I'm not your person. You chose to be unrepresented. No matter how much we might hang out after we close on this thing, that happens, guys. We become friends, and this is long, drawn-out processes, right? The agent will represent the seller. So don't tell me anything confidential. We talked about working as a seller's sub-agent or sub-agent to buyer's agent. How can we work for a buyer? What are some ways that we could work for a buyer? Can we do it not in writing? Is there a way to work for a buyer without putting anything in writing? Do you have to have written buyer agency in order to show them the first 3 houses that they want to look at? Now, what if I said, are all agency agreements in writing? Be careful of that one, because you might be thinking about what I just said and be like, well, no, because you can have oral buyer agency. But the way they're asking you that question, the reason they're asking is they want to know, they got to add a little phrase in your brain when you read that sort of question. Do all agency agreements have to be in writing in order for you to result in getting paid? Yes. Because you can't, that the oral buyer agency it ceases to exist at the time of writing an offer. You've got to convert it to written, or by default, you become a sub-agent to the seller. And that might get real messy, because you might not even get paid as a sub-agent to the seller, as we saw. So what if they don't like that? What if they say, I just met you. I like that oral buyer agency idea, but you're saying you won't do it. You're darn right I won't do it because I've gotten screwed like 7 times in the last couple of whatever. You're thinking, not saying. Some things we think it, but not say. But what are some ways you could accomplish their goal of getting to know you and making sure that you're going to take care of them, and your goal of not just giving them free reign to just go pick their cousin after you show them 10 houses in the morning? Well, maybe a limited written buyer agency might be. It could be this version. It could be the one that is called exclusive. So there's non-exclusive. There's also exclusive. There's paperwork for both. Some might say, well, it's all just worth as much as you paid for it, right? The paper it's written on. So therefore, does it even really matter? Out in the real world, in practice, I get it. In CE classes, I get some people who've been recently cheated on, or they might feel that way because some buyer worked with them but then didn't and went away, and they never heard from them again until maybe somehow they found out that they did buy something when they followed up a year later or something like that. So for our purposes for this class, for this test, it is possible to have a non-exclusive buyer agency agreement in writing where you give the buyer permission. What would be an example where it would make sense even for you and me, everybody in this room potentially, to go ahead and do this and give that client a non-exclusive agency agreement? What, can you think of one where it just makes logical sense to allow such a thing? What if they say, I'm moving to North Carolina, but I'm not sure if I want to live in Raleigh or Charlotte. So I got you for Raleigh and I need somebody for Charlotte. That's a reasonable thing that they might be going through, that we might be willing to go along with. You might say, well, look, and think to yourself, I don't want to risk not getting picked. What if they spend all day with me and they end up picking the other city that I don't work in? Well, fair enough. You got to make that business decision and then just cut it off and not even spend time. But maybe you do. Maybe you get creative and say, hey, not only am I willing to do this and help you out, but I've got a great agent in Charlotte I can recommend for you. And therefore make a referral fee if you pick that town and not my town. How about that one? So yes, you spend all day on Saturday showing them Raleigh, and you got a buddy or anybody, doesn't have to be your friend, some other smart agent that realizes, let's do this. Let's agree to pay each other a referral fee, whatever they pick, and that way we're at least covered for our time if they don't pick it. If they pick there but not here. So this would be what you would use to accomplish that. Non-exclusive. They're going to work with you for this town and them for that town. And they only owe you the commission if you end up being the one that they use to buy the actual house because it's in your town. This little unicorn, we know all about it. We just talked about it. Got to convert it to writing before making an offer. At what point when you're doing oral buyer agency do you have to talk about dual agency? If we're not putting anything in writing, when do you have to talk about dual agency? And how that might come around, and what their wishes are as to what you do. So if you're acknowledging to them, I mean, that's a pretty good guess. But if you're acknowledging to them, look, I'm going to be an oral buyer agent for you. I'm going to show you these 3 houses that you asked about on this first day we met, for instance, potentially. You need to have already certainly talked about working with agents disclosure. And that first substantial contact has happened. Yeah. Because any time while you're showing these houses, they could mention money and motivation. But what if you're about to show one of those 3 or 4 or 5 properties and it's listed by your firm? Right? You better talk to them about how dual and designated dual agency works before you show them one of your firm's listings where it could be a thing that has to be done. All supposing that your firm allows you to and you agree to do it, right? And the seller allows it and the buyer's cool with it too. So when we come back, we'll talk more about some buyer agency. Then we'll get into some commission calculations. I'll see you back here in 10. Welcome back. Okay, here we are. Oral buyer agency. So at the point, when do you have to talk about dual agency in oral buyer agency? When you tell them how oral buyer agency works. You still have to talk about it. Even though you're not putting it in writing, you've got to talk about it. Let them know what it is. Do you even do it or not? Then when do you reduce it or put that dual agency permission into writing? At what point in the process do you put that into writing? When are we doing that with oral buyer agency? Yeah, exactly. Same time that you put the buyer agency into writing, which is as long as it's before the offer is made. Yep, good job. All right, let's see. Working with sellers as a buyer agent. How could we work with sellers? In our role as a buyer agent, we could work for a for sale by owner seller. A seller who has said, I am unrepresented by anybody but myself. You agents make too much money. I'm not paying your commission. I'm going to do it myself. How hard can it be? I just put a sign in the yard, right? Everybody's going to flock to me. I'll just put whatever price I pull from Air or other places because that Z Word website tells me it's worth this amount. So let me just add 20% to that and let's see what happens. Little wisdom from the street. It's not unheard of that a for sale by owner might be incorrect on the pricing. They might be asking more than they are going to get. And they might not be willing to come down. Because what did they base their decision on? Who knows? They might have based it on, oh, well, my neighbor's house is just like mine, except I put a deck on mine and I spent 6 months every Saturday building that deck. And so it's got, I sculpted my wife's face into the posts on all four corners. And so it's definitely worth $30,000 more. And I inscribed my grandkids' names in every step. So certainly I can ask $650 instead of just $600, like that loser down the street with no deck. Mine is so much better. Maybe not quite like that, but not far from that, right? Sometimes we put more stock into what we have than it deserves that the market will support. How do you handle that as a listing agent? Wow, Mr. Seller, that is the best looking customized deck I've ever seen. I can certainly appreciate your wife's face looks exactly like the real thing. However, I'm at the mercy of what buyers have been willing to pay for similar properties. And so all I can do here is show you what the comps look like. Let's blame somebody else, not ourselves. Don't us be the bad guy. Let's help them understand it's what buyers are willing to pay. Sometimes you can weed them out as a client if they're just set on something unreasonably, but you might be dealing with a for sale by owner or seller. And hey, seller, you don't have your own agent. Are you willing to pay a buyer agency commission? You would be unrepresented. We saw that, right? Did we look at the unrepresented seller agreement yet? We can look at that. Let me show you that one. Sorry, I got dogs that just joined me here. We contact that seller directly to let them know how agency works. And we say to them, look, I've got a buyer who's shown some interest in your property. Would you let me be involved? Would you pay me a buyer agency commission? And they might say, well, commission, that's the whole reason I'm selling it myself. I don't want to pay a commission. You might have to explain to them how this thing works. Help them understand what you're even talking about. Yeah, there isn't just one commission that one broker gets, right? That one total commission you might be thinking about gets split in multiple ways. I'm talking about the part that you would pay to the agent bringing the buyer. Because if you were to list your property, I'm not asking you to list it. I know you're selling it yourself. But if you were to do so, that would involve some commission going to your broker for listing it and some other part of that commission going to somebody like me for bringing the buyer. Sometimes you got to educate them. And then we need to probably best practice, get out there and see them without your buyer. But didn't we learn about the do not call list? Can we call a for sale by owner seller who's on the do not call list? Are we allowed to call a for sale by owner seller whose name is on the list? Yes. What's the condition? What's the reason we're calling them? What does that reason have to be? You got it. Can we call them if we know that it's in their best interest that they just need to list with us? So we just need to go have a chance face to face to talk them into it. That's not going to work, is it? Commission says you leave that seller alone. If you don't really have a buyer, then don't call them. They're on the do not call list. Don't surprise attack them with a listing appointment claiming you might have a buyer. People use that line all the time. So what does it look like? We're going to go out there and talk to them, and we're going to take with us a working with agents disclosure, right? Because we're potentially going to be talking about their money and their motivation. And we're also going to take this thing, which this is not a listing agreement. This is the thing that we have between us. And if it doesn't even have the word for sale by owner in it, it's unrepresented seller. And it says, this is the seller. This is the firm for this property, fill in the blank, acknowledging the seller's selling without their own agent, but we have a client, potential client for you, buyer for you, and you agree to pay something, fill in the blank, what the fee might be. Also, because this is sort of a version of an agency agreement in some respect, can't have an agency agreement without fair housing language. Gotta have that language in there as to fair treatment of people in real estate, regardless of the protected classes. And then the fee is deemed earned if the seller gets in a contract to sell the property to the client anytime within blank days of this agreement being signed. It's got a duration in there. Fees due and payable at the earlier of what? Closing or seller's failure to sell the property because they default. You still owe me the commission even if we don't close, right? Potentially. If seller default, you still owe me. But here's the thing. This would be all well and good, but if that seller decides to list it with a firm, maybe before you get into an actual contract, after they've signed this, but before you've worked out a contract and they list it with some firm, then this goes away. Whatever they've worked out with that firm to pay a buyer agent is what you're going to make, at least coming from the seller side. This will not be on top of it, in addition to it. Seller enters into a valid listing with any firm, they're not obligated to pay this fee in this document if the listing firm offers compensation. And then what else? As an agent of the client, the firm has a duty to act on behalf of the client. We don't act on your behalf, seller. Don't ask us to. We're going to do things, though. We do have to do some things for that seller because we are the only agent involved. We're going to be the provider of the forms, that residential property disclosure, the mineral oil and gas rights disclosure. Let's not just sit back and wait for the seller to stumble across it themselves. Let's expedite the transaction. And hey, let me be a resource for you. Are you kind of doing what a listing agent would have to do and maybe not getting paid for it? Yes. But be thankful you have a buyer for a property, especially in a market like this. Let's just count our benefits and blessings. By signing this agreement, seller acknowledges his client, this agency relationship has been previously orally disclosed to seller when the firm first discussed an appointment to show the property. Once you have this locked down, now bring your person out there and make sure you train your buyer too and say, hey, buyer, look, we're going in there. Most likely, by the way, the seller often stays. They don't have an agent. They don't have any sort of MLS cooperation or lockbox. So they're probably going to be always there when you show it, which is not great. It really puts your buyer sort of on alert, and they need to be on alert. Because if buyers fall in love with it, you don't want them giving away their position. Oh my gosh, this is unlike anything we've seen so far. Let's not let the seller hear that, right? And then a big fat reminder, don't forget the working with agents disclosure. So that is something we're dealing with for sale by owners. What else? We talked about limited service broker. Did we talk about that? Tell me what I mean by limited service brokers. Tell me about limited service broker model. Somebody is a limited service broker. What are they doing? Yeah, a piece, just a little bit. Fee for service, a la carte, pick from a menu. Some firms don't allow this. Some brokers won't do this. A lot of brokers don't do this. Because which thing do you leave off the list? Is it enough just to put it in the MLS? Probably not, especially in a normal market. And we're getting more into that. The MLS is good when you're priced really well, really attractively, and when you have good pictures, but you might also need some other exposure too. So what you're dealing with, whether for sale by owner or limited service, is you, the buyer agent, are going to be more involved and probably stepping across that line a little bit into territory of having to do some of the tasks that normally the listing agent would be doing. In a limited service broker situation, there is a listing broker, but it explicitly says in the MLS instructions usually, hey, don't even call the broker with your offer. Submit the offer directly to the seller. Negotiate directly with them because this is a limited service listing. Does that mean you're going to have to maybe can you imagine presenting an offer to the person who's getting the money? They're going to maybe have some emotion tied up in this. The beautiful thing about an agent to agent situation, the normal situation, is that if we do it right, we buffer out the emotion. We don't get all up in arms when a lowball offer comes across our desk. We say, okay, well, I really honestly don't think this will probably work as it's written, but I'll absolutely pass it along. I got that this week. We go active on Friday with a listing, and 2 days ago, I got an offer sight unseen, which is allowable, and it was for $75,000 less than asking price in this market. An investor company, which is not unusual. And all I said was, received it. I'll pass it along to him. Thanks. I had a lot more I could have said. And there was an addendum attached to it that pretty much basically said, hey, this buyer agent doesn't want to come look at the property or have to waste their time. There are a couple of things in there that I'm probably going to challenge them about and help them understand. You might be trying to release yourself from liability with this addendum to this contract. And is that allowed? A limitation of liability on the part of the agent? Can that be in a contract? No. We'll learn that tonight. What else cannot be in a contract? Your commission. You can't talk about what the agent's commission is. You can't talk about, hey, don't lean on me to do what I'm required to do as an agent. Those are two no-nos. I'll talk to you more about that. So the important part here is don't be a dual agent without telling people that you are. And in these two cases, you're not one. So don't act like one. It's very similar, the buyer agency agreement, very similar to the listing agreement. It's between your firm and that client. The type of property, the area, the type of agency, all those sorts of things are in there. Legal description. Well, in a buyer agency agreement, we're talking about what areas they're interested in buying. There is no particular property necessarily yet, but area, location, a lot of points of similarity there. I think we've talked about everything here with dual agency. There needs to be a written policy from the firm so we know what the firm wants and will allow. We need to give the clients consent or get their consent, informed consent, help them understand what it is and say, are you good with this? Sign here. And then dual agency limits which of the old car responsibilities, which of the 6 letters in the acronym. You got it. Not confidentiality, but loyalty. Here's our dual agency. 1 firm, 2 clients, 1 property. and at least one broker, maybe lots of them. Maybe the provisional and their BIC. Can a provisional and their BIC be dual agents in a single transaction? Can a provisional broker work alongside their broker in charge when it's dual agency? Tell me in the chat. What's not allowed when it's dual agency between a provisional and the BIC? Designated, you got it. Can't be a designated dual agent up against your own BIC if you're provisional. Here's our designated: one property, one firm, two clients, and at least two brokers. Might be more. Could be a whole team designated for the buyer and a whole team designated for the seller. So which of the following is not allowed in designated dual agency? Which one is it? I think we're equipped. I don't think anybody in this class is going to fall for this this question on the test. I have hammered you with it. Well done. The PB versus their own broker in charge, not another BIC from another firm. It's not on their responsibility. Are they outmatched? Quite possibly, sort of, but they do have their own BIC in their corner, right? All agency agreements must be in writing between the firm and the client. True or false? Let me add a phrase. All agency agreements must be in writing between a firm and a client in order for the firm to get paid. True or false? You got it. It's true. Even though for a temporary time, oral buyer agency doesn't have to be in writing. Oral buyer agency is never in writing because it's oral buyer agency, but buyer agency could be not in writing. Let's talk about the money. Here's kind of how you can maybe visually keep it straight. We've got $1 million sale price. We've got a 6% total commission. 6% of $1 million is $60,000. That's the total commission going out. Those agents don't deserve that much money. That's ridiculous. So how's that $60,000 total commission going to get split? Well, it depends. What did the listing agent and the seller decide? Seller's got to agree with it. Listing agent might have some suggestions. It's not uncommon to see a even split. 50-50. Listing firm keeps half of it, gonna give the other half to the selling firm. In this case, $30,000 each. Now what? Now if we're the listing broker, left side, lower left, we have a split with our firm of 50-50. Whatever we bring in the door, we keep half of it. So we're bringing $30,000 in the door. We have a 50% split. Our firm's going to get $15,000 while we get the other 15. That might be like a newer agent, might be somebody on a team, somebody who might be given leads because it's kind of a low split if you're looking kind of at the market in general. The one on the right side is the selling broker, the buyer agent, let's just say that they are, and they have a 70-30 split, lower right corner. Of that $30,000, that agent is getting $21,000 of it. That's a split, 70-30. That's something that maybe somebody might rise up into, earn their way toward. They started at 50-50. They made a certain amount of money, and after a while of making more and more and more, their split goes up and up and up. Structures of commission can be all kinds of things. It could just be it was a small firm and they just give everybody in their firm 70-30, period. Doesn't matter. The last firm I was at before I started my own was 80-20, period. Whatever I brought in, he wanted 20% of it. And he didn't require certain things. So if I didn't sell anything in a given month, I didn't have to pay him anything. I didn't even have to pay him a desk fee. A lot of times firms will charge you a desk fee or an office fee or a handful of other things. So this listing broker in this transaction got $15,000 and the buyer agent got $21,000. You're not necessarily going to know what your opposite side party is going to walk away with. You'll know what the selling firm got, what the whole firm's portion was. What about the clients? What about the buyer and seller in this transaction? Is it their business to know that the total commission was $60,000? Is it the business of the parties? Yes. Yes. Because it's their money. Is it their business to know that the selling firm is getting half of that and the listing firm is keeping half of it? Yes. If they ask, you got to tell them. It's their business. The seller's money is being paid. The buyer has a say in that too, or not a say, but they deserve to know what your firm cut is. But if your buyer client ever said, well, how much are you having to split with your firm? If you can think of a polite way to answer that, you could say, none of your business, because it's none of their business. Legally, the only thing that they have a right to know is this thing, $30,000 coming to our firm. It's none of their business that your split with your firm is 70-30 or 50-50 or whatever. You might say, well, it depends on a lot of things, but obviously the side that I'm sharing with my firm is a total of $30,000. Then I've got to split with my firm. And oh, by the way, what else do I got to do with my piece? Got to split it with my firm first. Also have to, oh yeah, that thing. Victor says, pay taxes. Thanks. You're harsh and Armello, Victor. You're party pooping. Yeah, the taxes. That's probably one of the big financial things agents get in trouble for, because if you go several months without making anything and then all of a sudden you do make something, it's very tempting to spend all of that thing you made and not carve it up. Best practice, have a savings account along with a checking account and stick it in the savings kind of so it's not so easily swipeable. You'd have to at least take a step and transfer it over, although with your phone it doesn't take that much, but got to use trickery on yourself so that you don't end up coming to April and not having the money you need to pay those taxes. Do what you got to do. It's not a fun place to be. A lot of agents do that. So to calculate the commission, it is a percentage of the sale price. Typically, it could be a flat fee, but to calculate such a structure, it's just sale price times whatever the rate is. And so we have commission in dollars on the top if we're using a T formula, and the sale price on the bottom along with the rate. Look, the rate is always on the bottom. That never fails. Every time. And of a given T formula, the biggest number is also on the bottom, and then a smaller number in dollars is on the top. But that hasn't changed. Oh boy, what are we looking at here? We've got the total commission in dollars. In the case of what we just saw, 60,000, and the commission split percentage gives us the commission split in dollars. That'll make more sense as we do a couple. But I'm just kind of reducing it to a T formula, if that's your thing. Let's look at this example. We've got a couple of ways this could be asked. We've got a property that sells for $500,000. Seller's paying 6% commission. The commission was split equally between listing firm and selling firm. The listing firm split is 50-50. Selling firm split is 70-30. That looks pretty much like what we saw earlier, except the price isn't $1 million, it's only $500,000. But everything else so far is pretty similar. How much did the test question is going to have some version of this. If it says how much was the total commission, then that answer is $30,000. How do we get it? Let's see. Got our 500,000. The question is, what's the total commission? It's just going to be 500 times the 6%. That's easy. I doubt anybody has trouble with that. 6%. And there's our total of 30,000. And if it's split evenly between the listing firm and the selling firm, how much are each of them getting? Yeah, You got it. You can do divided by 2. But what if instead of this, it was that the listing firm is gonna get 3%. No, 3.5%. Let me take that off the screen so it's not confusing. What if it's that the listing firm says, we're special, we want 3.5%, and we'll give 2.5% to the selling firm. Now how many dollars are each of those firms getting? $3.5% of what? 3.5% of 30,000? Or 3.5% of 500,000? So don't let that confuse you. When you see little percentages like this, you're going to think of the price. When you see bigger percentages of like 50 and 40 and 70, we're talking about the further split down between the firm and the human. That's these bigger ones in real life and on the test. So don't let that be a moment of insanity for yourself. What I've given you here so far, what if I said, how many dollars is the listing firm getting? We don't even need to know this or this, because it's 3.5% of the sale price. What's 500,000 times 3.5%? That listing firm's getting $17,500. And what's the selling firm getting? Same method, 2.5%. So that selling firm is getting $12,500. When is this the buyer agent gonna find out that their piece is less than your piece and you're the listing agent? Not in the beginning. If ever, they probably will find out, but probably not until the closing day, when they see they do have permission and they do get to see the seller's portion of the closing disclosure and see what the seller paid, because they need to verify this. Is that really what happened? Yeah, okay. And that's when they might realize, wait a minute, you got this and I only got this. Why'd you get 5,000 more? Because we negotiated it that way. The seller decided to pay me more. That buyer agent might be mad about it. Doesn't matter. Nothing they can do except squawk at you, because it is negotiable between you and your seller, you the listing agent on behalf of your firm, and the seller. Why might you decide that you deserve a little more than you're given to the buyer agent, the selling side? What sorts of reasoning might you have to want to hang on to more of that money? There could be a case as far as more work, more responsibility. That buyer agent might say, do you even know what I've been through in this market, with this seller's market? I had to write literally in a CE class in the last couple of months. Somebody reported 82 offers that were written before they got one to get accepted. That's certainly unusual. However, can you see how a buyer agent might feel like they're putting in plenty of work? It might be a little upset. Again, their feelings don't matter, but here's the thing. You're the listing agent. You're a full service broker. You go ahead and decide you do everything for every house, no matter the price, whether it's a $100,000 mobile home or $1 million lakefront. And so that includes aerial drone shots. That includes professional measuring, because you have a system. Why go off of your system just because of the price point? It's much faster just to plug it in and say, I'm not going to take 3 hours of my day to go do a thing just because it's a smaller property and I could measure it. Just because you could doesn't mean you should. Maybe I just put it in the system, and yeah, I'm only making a few dollars on that one and spending more than I maybe should. But I am also having my time available to me to go out and find another piece of business. So there's all kinds of reasons. All these are business decisions, have nothing to do with passing this class. But yeah, marketing costs, outlays of cash, and that's just a choice. But be prepared. When that other side, that selling side, finds out that it's lopsided, they might have some mean words for you. But it's not wrong. It's not illegal. It's not unethical. Now, what if the listing firm versus the listing agent have the following split? Let's say it's a 60-40 split. And the selling firm and the buyer agent have a 90-10 split. How many dollars are the parties getting in this situation? These are very real splits, by the way. Remax for one. Typical higher split type of firm. But you got to have enough business rolling in to be able to handle the monthly expenses. Because while you get 90% of the commission, you might be paying $1,000 or $2,000 a month in desk fees and other related expenses. Because that's just how that goes. The higher your split that you're getting to keep, the more your fees are probably going to be. There are some exceptions. Some firms are just like, hey, we'll give you the whole thing, 100% split. You just have to pay a transaction fee. But after you've earned and made us $10,000 or $15,000 or $20,000, that'd be something where it's involving, you might have heard the term market or a cap fee. But that's also not for this class. You'll learn all that stuff out there in the wild. So what's that listing firm getting to keep out of their $17,500? How many dollars? 40% of it, right? I think the biggest problem that people run into is what percent of which number. So in this case, it's 40% of the $17,500. You got it. Somebody said $7,000. And so that means this guy gets $10,500. I just did subtraction that time, but you could just do straight up 17,500 times 60%. And then on the selling side, this one's easy to do because you can get 10% of any number just by moving a decimal over. What's 10% of 12,500? Not much. And that means this buyer agent is getting a nice chunk. 90%. They're getting $11,250 now. They kind of almost ended up with about the same thing, but it was because of this stuff up here. A percentage of a smaller percentage. Now, when the problem goes this direction and says the buyer agent made $11,250, what was the purchase price? They'll say things like it was an even split between the firms. It was this split with the firm. Therefore, what was the sale price? You just need to be able to work your way back up the pyramid. So we'll do one of those. Let's take a look at the slides for a second. We've got our listing and broker firm at a 50 split on this one. 50% of 15,000 is 7,500. So that one's pretty straightforward, hopefully. There we go. Selling broker is getting a 70% of their own split, which comes out to the 10.5. I've got the selling side down here and the listing side up here. So I think we've kind of shown that. So there's what a simple tree, commission tree kind of looks like. Let's do this seller net math in just a second. Let me show you this one more thing. What if the question says this? The listing agent got $6,000 after their split with their firm. The total commission in the transaction was split evenly. And it was 5% total. Split evenly between the listing firm and the selling firm. The listing agent split with their firm was 80-20. What is the sale price of the house for all this to be true? And we'll just go backwards. We'll just kind of think about it. I need the visual. So if we put that out to the side, we're looking for this thing, sale price. We are saying it's an even split. So 50% of that total commission, whatever that is going to each side. And that 50% is split up 80-20. So that listing agent is getting 80% of 50% of the sale price. And this is $6,000 that the listing agent got. So watch this. $6,000 is 80% of what? And if we replace the word is with a divided symbol, there's a math equation. And if we do 6,000 divided by 80%, then this question mark number is $7,500. $6,000 is 80% of $75,000. So by writing this into a word problem and replacing the word is with a division symbol, you know what you need to do. That's going backwards, kind of working your way backwards. So now that you know that this level is 7,500. The listing firm total was 7,500 because the agent got 80% of 7,500, which is 6,000. So are we okay? Do we see how the listing firm's portion is 7,500 based on how much the listing agent got because of this little magic formula? Now that we know this and we know it's an even split, then what's the total commission? If half of it is 7,500. Total commission is 15,000, right? Because 7,500 times 2. And then if the total commission is 15,000 and it's a 5% commission, we could do another one of these. 15,000 is 5% of what? Does that work? $300,000. How's that sit? There's a couple places that this little strategy can be useful. You want to do another one? This time, let's say that the selling agent gets $11,000. It is a 6% total commission. And the selling agents split with their firm. What did I do last time? I don't remember. Let's say it's 90-10. Unless they tell you otherwise, the bigger number split with the firm is the one that you're getting as the human broker. The firm's getting the smaller number, but they'll tell you if it's different. Oh, and then the total commission is split evenly between the two firms. So I'd start down here if you need to visualize it, but we need to figure out what the firms are getting. We've got our total. We've got our selling firm. We've got our selling agent. That selling agent's getting 90% of this. So that amount in dollars was $11,000 as the problem gave us. So $11,000 is 90% of what? Swap that for a division. It's 90% of 12,222. We'll just go with that. And so that's how much the selling firm earned, but it was an even split. So we just need to do what with that 12,000 in order to figure out the total commission? Multiply it by 2. So that total commission is 24,444. That's the total commission, but we need to know what's the sale price. And so 24,444 is what did I say? 6. Yep. 6% of what? So just divide it by 6%. Sale price is 407. Wow. Dot 407. I planned that. Infinity. The only reason that last number is a 1 is because they rounded, because they ran out of screen, I guess, on the calculator. So if you ever have a transaction where the purchase price is 407, you got to pay me $407 because I predicted it. We okay there? Let me show you another time where we make one of these word problems and it can be useful. And it's called the listing appointment. So here's a good question in real life that also is on this test, potentially. They're going to want to know what they're left with. Oh, great, I can sell my house for $600,000, but how much am I going to walk away with? And so this very intimidating looking paragraph is the seller is telling you they are selling their house because they want to build a new one. They're going to need to sell their house so that they end up walking away with $190,000 after paying you and all the other seller expenses. What are some other seller expenses we've talked about? At least one, maybe two so far. Commission, what else? That the seller has to pay. Yeah, Corey says excise tax. Perfect. And I don't know if we mentioned deed preparation, but that's another one. So besides whatever other expenses, they need to end up cash in hand $190,000 so they can use that to buy the one that they want to buy. Other expenses, $3,500 because they're going to need to make some repairs. The problem will give you these things. So $177,000 because they have an existing loan that they're still paying off, and that's the payoff amount. That seller needs to pay off their current mortgage. They can't just walk away from it. And since they're selling it, there's a due on sale clause that says you better pay us what you still owe us. So now they've got to sell for enough to end up with $190,000 plus 35 plus 177. Let's see if there's more. And there is. They also need to pay $2,300 for closing costs. Wow. It's expensive to sell your house. And then on top of all that, the broker have the nerve of charging them 7% commission because we're worth it. So you've done research and you know about the market. You've determined that houses like these are selling in a certain range. That's going to be part of the equation. Part of your appointment is to have determined, I think houses like yours are going to be selling for this, between this and that. So the question you might see is, how much will they need to sell their house for in order to fulfill all their obligations and end up with $190,000 in their pocket? So let's take that piece first. Let me flip over. What do we know? We know they want to walk away with $190,000. So there's one expense, $190,000. Not really expense, but that's what they need to end up with. That's what they need to net, or that's what they would like to net. What else did we see? $3,500 toward repairs. Okay. They're going to need to have that money. $177,000 to pay off their existing mortgage. And then $23,000 for closing costs. And then on top of that, you charge 7% commission total. So let me pause here and you tell me what you think. I'm going to give you a few minutes. We got 3 minutes till the break and I'll tell you when the break starts, but go ahead for now and tell me how much you think they need to sell it for in order to be able to pay all these things and end up with $190,000. The question is, how much will they need to sell for in order to pay these fees and various amounts? How much of that? How much does the sale price need to be? Got some various answers here. Let's take a look at it real quick, and then we'll do a break, and then we'll do another one. All right. What did we do? What was step one? Somebody tell me. What was one thing you did to start? All right. Added these things up. We got 190 plus the 35 plus the 177 plus the 23. Those dollars add up to 372,800. Oops. 72,800. Now, our commission, did somebody say we figured out what 7% of this number is? Or what? And then what? Add it to this number? Okay, what if we do that? That times 7% is, we're going to add another 26,096. And that shows us that we should sell it for $398,896. If we do that, we're going to pay ourselves the 7%, and we'll have enough left over to accommodate all those other expenses, with the seller walking away with that $190 that they want. But we might have just cost ourselves a couple $1,000. Because what about this? Let's do this. You're close. We added up the dollars that we could add up. The problem is this percentage. We don't know the dollars of that percentage yet, because we don't know what it's going to sell for yet. We just know that 372.8 is a certain percentage of the sale price, which is the thing we're going to find out. Now, let me pause. If we're charging them 7% commission and the total sale price is whatever this is, we're charging them 7% of that, how much is the seller walking away with just in terms of the commission? In other words, what's your split with the seller? Your portion is 7% of the total sale price. Their portion is what? 100 minus 7, right? Now, yes, they have other expenses, just like you have expenses, but between you and the seller and the sale price itself, you're getting 7% of the sale price and they're getting 93% of it. Does that make sense? So 372.8 is 93% of this mystery sale price that we need to sell it for. So if we take our 372.8 and divide it by the 93%, oops. It needs to sell for $400,860. What happens if we sell for $400,860? How much are you getting of that sale price? 7% of it, right? So you're getting $28,060 and 20 cents, but we'll leave that part alone. $28,000 compared to how much did you try to pay yourself? You cost yourself $2,000 doing the math wrong. But the problem was, I don't know what it's going to sell for. How do we do it? We got to do that reverse trick. You know, this amount in dollars is what is 93% of the sale price. Let's further check ourselves. Now, if we take the 400,860, subtract out the $28,060, subtract out the 372.8, there it is. Now we're down to zero. We checked ourselves. We did our math and checked that if we sell it for $400,000, that lets you get paid your 7% of the $400,000, leaving enough money in this exact number to pay that, and seller walk away with that. We'll do another when we come back from break. Don't worry if it's a little foggy at the moment, but I'll see you here in 10. All right, welcome back. How are we doing on this? Let me give you one more and we'll move on. Let's look back at the, yeah, okay. Let's take a look at this slide again because it looks prettier. So here we go. What do we know? We know these dollar amounts. We added them up separately. Then we had the broker commission, but it's not in dollars. So we have to handle it in some other way. And so we add up what we can to get the 372.8. Now we have to not calculate 7% of the 372.8 because that cheats us out of commission. We're getting paid on the sale price, not on the net. The net after the commission is what ended up cheating you out of a full amount. And it's because of this. One important step is thinking about the split of the sale price between you and the seller. If you're charging a 7% commission, then the seller is getting 93% of what they sell it for. And so that 93% needs to be the dollars that we just added up so that we can accomplish all of that seller's goals. And let's see, there we go. So it's 372.8 is 93% of what? The 400,860. Now, here's another question before we go on to that other one. Is the house worth 400,000? That might be what the seller needs to get. But what the seller wants in terms of that 190,000 to walk away with might be unreasonable. What if you do your research and find out that houses like this one sell for between 370 and 380? Well, now that seller is going to either have to hire somebody that charges less than 7% or talk you into charging less, or just take less than the 190. Be okay with ending up with 180 or 170 instead of that 190. So that opens up the conversation to help them understand if their goals are even attainable. And for you to know what's another reason for you to do this step in a listing appointment and help them understand what they need to sell for. What's another reason that you want to do this sooner than later? Kind of related to what I just mentioned. You might need to decide if you got to walk away. What if they say, well, I want my 190 and I don't care where the money comes from, but it's not coming off of that. You're going to have to come off your commission. Once upon a time, I ran into a seller who thought their house was worth 500,000, but my math said 400,000. And so I walked away. And 3 years later, they showed up as a recently sold comparable when I was looking at similar property. And turns out after 3 years, they finally sold it for $375. And I was thankful that I wasn't the agent that got jerked along for 3 years. I didn't even check to see how many agents they might have hired in the meantime. They might have tried 3 or 4 agents. But that's the thing. Get it on the table. Figure out what are they made of, right? What's their reality? Are they tuned in with reality? Let's look at this one. Homer wants to walk away from closing with $235,000 in his pocket. His mortgage balance is $190,000. Other expenses includes a second mortgage or a home equity line of credit for $80,000. Repairs that he's got to do for $11,000. Attorney fees of $2,700 and a 5% broker commission. How much does he need to sell it for in order to end up with that $235,000 that he wants? And so there it is in yellow. We add up the dollars that we can, and that comes out to $518,700. And we divide that number by the seller's portion of the commission split, which in this case is 100% minus 5% or 95%. When you take 518.7 and divide it by 95%, the sales price needed to accomplish these goals is $546. Okay? Hopefully your research doing your market analysis shows that it will actually sell for $546. What if it sells, houses like this sell for $576? Well, then you have a very happy seller. And you might even give yourself a bonus. I'm just kidding. Good luck with that. To recap, a listing agreement is not an offer to sell. You're not saying, I guarantee I'll sell it. You're just saying, I'm going to try really hard. It is an employment contract. It protects you and your firm because without one, that seller may not be loyal. Does not obligate the seller to sell. Just here's something I use a lot. I have to say to sellers and remind them of, just because you listed your house doesn't mean you have to sell your house. If that seller's worried about becoming homeless because they think they might sell it fast and then not have a place to go, I just have to remind them, look, just because we get a full price offer doesn't mean you're obligated to take it. We'll get more into that in 9 and 10 next, but listen to that again. Hey, seller, just because we get a full price offer or 10 of them doesn't mean you have to take any of them. It's not about just the price. It's price and terms. Maybe the dates don't work. Maybe they want your refrigerator. You don't want to give it. Seller, you are in control. When we get offers, we could do this. We could look around real quick and see if there's something you might want to buy. And if there's not, I mean, it might hurt my feelings a little, but we could turn them all down. Listing agreement does not obligate the seller to sell. What if the seller doesn't sell? What if the seller, you bring a ready, willing, and able buyer, the seller turns down the offers? Ready, willing, and able, it's a cash buyer who brings an offer more than the asking price, more than the list price, and the seller turns it down. What are their consequences, potentially? Do they owe anything to the buyers making offers? No. Do they owe anything to you? Well, you did bring a ready, willing, and able buyer. If it's a buyer, it's a cash buyer, then theoretically, if you want to be that agent who sues their clients, they could owe you a commission. Because, I mean, it could go pretty hardcore the other direction. What if it's a seller that's being kind of manipulative and they're like, well, I got 35 offers and they were all for $20,000 over asking price, but you know what? I don't want to sell anymore. And I know you spent 4,800 hours working on this, but those are extremes. But there might be a reason. There might be some excuse as to why. Somebody might say, well, you really do owe me a commission. I've done this for you 10 times in a row. I brought you ready, willing, and able cash buyers. I say cash because unless they are cash buyer, you can't prove the able part if you took them to court. The judge would say, were they able? Well, they brought a pre-approval letter. Well, that's not an approval. A loan approval is what would be required if they need need a loan. But if they're paying cash, then they were able. All right, that is chapter 8. Let's scooch on into chapter 9. Talk about contracts. This is the version of this in post-licensing is called Post 302, Contracts and Closings. And it's my favorite one, even though it's got some math in it. It's probably got the most math it does have the most math of all the post classes. But each of those post-licensing courses is just sort of a microscope version of what we learn here. Just a deep dive, 30-hour of a lot of this same stuff. And I like this one because we don't get paid until we write contracts. That's just a step in the process. We don't get paid for writing contracts, but we don't get paid unless we write contracts, right? So in this, what are our objectives? Level 1, what's known as a bilateral versus a unilateral contract? We're going to learn a little bit about auctions. Some level 2, the terminology. We're going to take our knowledge of valid, void, and voidable and hit that over again. Addenda and amendments, essential elements of a contract, and then the requirements for this concept called reality of consent. What makes it so that it's under contract? We'll do that level 3, mutual assent. So first of all, it's just a promise to do or not do something. That's all a contract is. We're talking about basic contract law here. This stuff we'll learn here tonight is going to be on the national portion, most likely. The stuff in Chapter 10 will be more specific to North Carolina. So what is a contract? It's a promise of some sort, either to do or not do something. Remember these terms? What's express mean? Tell me in the chat. I know you're looking at it, but tell me anyway, please. You're being intentional, yeah. We are saying what it is. We're explaining it. Not just saying, well, you see me showing you houses. Can't you assume that I'm your agent? No, that's implied agency. Same thing applies to contracts. We need express contracts, not implied contracts. So express means we're stating the terms, either orally or written. Implied means we're basing them on actions. And I think I've already asked you this a couple times, but a perfect example of a daily occurrence that we've all probably done this last month is what? An implied contract is what? Sitting down to eat, racking up that bill. Unilateral versus bilateral. Uni means one, bi means two, one. Unilateral means one of the two parties has made promises. Bilateral means both of them have. And if both have made promises, then both are subject to the consequences of breaking those promises. What's another word for breaking promises in a contract? That's a B word. Breaching the contract. Yeah. Now you got to suffer the consequences. So we're going to learn about that. Unilateral. One party's making promises. I'll give you a little heads up. An example of a unilateral contract. Write this one in your notes. They like to ask it. Option to purchase. An option to purchase is a one-sided contract, a unilateral. One party has made promises. The seller has to sit back and wait for the buyer to decide if they want to buy it or not. They can't do anything different. And the buyer doesn't owe them anything. They paid them an option fee for the privilege of taking their time to decide. Here are a couple more words we run into before. Executory. You will hear them used wrong when you're out there in the wild. Agents that have been in it for 85 years use this wrong. Hey, I'm so happy. I'm under contract. I got the executed contract in the email today. No, you didn't. Are you closed? No. Well, then you got an executory contract. By the way, don't ever have this conversation. Nobody likes a know-it-all. But for your purposes to pass this test, executory means we're under contract. We still have things left to do on the list. Executed means all done. In what format is an express agreement made? Which of these two? Either or both? Works both ways. Express, you could express it by saying, here's what we're going to do with your mouth. You could also express it by writing it down. You got it. But while the contract could be oral or written, is one of these better than the other? And why? Which one's better and why? Yeah. You're getting at a word, an E word that I'm looking for. Written is better because if you have to go to court over it, Judge Judy is going to say, show it to me. Don't tell me about it. Oh, you got it in writing? And she can do what? Enforce it. She can enforce it because now there's proof. It's in writing. All right, let's talk about these V words. We talked about V words related to deeds, similar with related to contracts. And valid contract versus a void versus avoidable contract. It all amounts to, is it enforceable or not? What's a valid contract? Just like a valid deed, it satisfies all their legal requirements. It's enforceable. There's no problems with anything. No problems with the paperwork, like the contract itself, the written instrument. And there's no problem with the people, the parties. In other words, you must perform or face the consequences. Who has to perform when it's a valid contract? Which party, buyer or seller, or both? When it's a valid, both of them. There's consequences on both of them. Void means some essential element is lacking. It's not enforceable. You never had a contract. It's sort of like an oral contract is a void contract because there's nothing that the judge will have to enforce. So I think about the example of two old farmers on the back of the truck, and they're like, we lived together. We lived next to each other for 40 years. I want to slow down a little bit. We both own 100 acres. I'll sell you 90 of my acres. Let's just shake on it, a gentleman's agreement, and I'll see you at the attorney's in 2 weeks, and we'll sign the papers. So for those next 2 weeks, if one of those farmers said, you know what, I spoke too soon. I should have checked with my wife before offering to sell you. She wants more money than what I agreed to sell it to you for. Can that other farmer, the buyer farmer, be mad about it? Sure. Can they say, you can't do that? We had a deal. I'm going to take you to court. Can he do that? Sure. But when he gets to court, will the judge say, show me the written contract, and he won't be able to produce it? The judge will say, please leave my court. You're wasting my time. Either one of them could change their mind, and there's nothing either one of them could do about it. There are no consequences to either of them. Both sides have no consequences in a void contract. Both sides. That's how it's different from this one. With a void contract, there's a problem with the paperwork. There might not be any. With a voidable contract, there's a problem with the people involved. One side is either not 18, not sane, or not sober at the time the contract was written. So it looks like it's valid, but it could be rescinded by that other party that it wasn't 18, wasn't sane, wasn't sober, whichever thing it is. They can choose to back out with no consequences. Only one side has consequences, not both. That's a voidable contract. What if it's the YouTube millionaire kid, 17 years old, wants to come here and buy my 5 acres to put a bunch of trampolines and motocross tracks and make more videos? Can I sell it to a 17-year-old? Sure. But what if he decided to back out 2 days before closing? And I've done everything I'm supposed to do. I spent money getting rid of all my stuff. I've got like a bunch of trailers, a bunch of stuff on here, got rid of it in good faith that they were going to go through with the sale. Maybe I did all kinds of extra stuff and knocked down some trees so he could put motocross tracks in or whatever. Doesn't matter. He can back out at any time because it's a voidable contract. It's voidable. You might say it's avoidable by that one party. What if it's not a minor, but it's somebody like a buyer who we looked at property all day, we're both exhausted, and they finally found one. The 30th property we looked at, let's go back and write it up. It's dinner time. We sit down at Chili's. They order a pitcher of beer. And by the time I finish filling out the paperwork, getting it ready for them to sign it, they're 2 pitchers in and a little bit tipsy. And they sign it. And I send it over. And the other party signs it, no changes, and we have a contract. They communicate back that it's accepted. They sign it. They might even email it to us. And I have a signed, communicated contract by like 11:30 p.m. And then I call him in the morning, and he doesn't answer until 1 because he's hungover. And he says, wait, what? We did what? I don't want to go through with that. But you wrote me the checks. You gave me the due diligence check and the earnest money check. You signed the papers. I even delivered it at 11:45 to the seller and gave them the due diligence check. You did what? Well, yeah. Do we have a problem? Could he challenge this thing? Yeah, for how much? That was a magic question. He could certainly challenge this thing because he could say, I was drunk. I was not sober. Now, is he going to get his due diligence money back? I don't know. Not today. That seller might say, well, prove it. And you might have to go through the whole channels, the whole process. And are you going to get in trouble? Probably. Probably need to give your clients some counsel and say, you look, guys, I didn't realize you started drinking already. Let's maybe do this part in the morning because I don't want to create a voidable contract. And then the mentally ill one. Did I tell you the story about the old man who had been in the business for many years in real estate. He came in, walked into a real estate office. This is a true story. The on-duty agent talked to him in the conference room. He said all the right things. He looked clear and present, and he fully able. He drove there. They looked at a few properties. He picked one. He said all the right things because he knew the words, because he was in the business. He wrote the check for earnest money, and it got accepted. The whole contract got accepted, offer got accepted, became a contract, communicated and all that. Wednesday, this was a Saturday, Wednesday that same week, his daughter came in and said, "Did somebody work with my dad, this man? I saw that a check cleared for earnest money, and here's the thing. I have been given legal capacity to take care of his affairs. He is not able to handle his own affairs. A court has decided this because he's got dementia, Alzheimer's, whatever it might be." Is this a voidable contract, or is it a void contract if the court has decided he's unable to handle his own affairs? Now, based on what we just talked about today, it's voidable because there's a problem with the people, but I said all that to say this. In the case of the court stepping in, it makes it a void contract, not just voidable. If the court has declared him incapable of handling his own affairs, now it's void, even though typically if it were just a medical reason, not court involved, then it would be a void contract because he's got dementia, he's mentally ill, whatever it might be. See the difference? Medical diagnosis, voidable, problem with the people. Court involved, you could think of it this way. Well, now it's a problem with the paper because the court has issued a piece of paper that says now the daughter is in charge of his legal affairs, right? Let's look out for that little difference. And it comes back to this, unenforceable oral agreement closing is still possible with all of these things. Valid, void, and voidable, you could still show up and close and unchallenged and no problems and congratulations. But the question is, along the way, could somebody have backed out with consequences or not? So with a contract that never got written down on paper, could both those old farmers show up in 2 weeks and sign the papers and actually succeed in selling the house to the other? Yes. Yes, but the whole way up until that time, either could have backed out and there's nothing the opposite party could have done. Can the YouTube millionaire 17-year-old actually successfully close and buy my property? Yes. But the whole way I'm nervous because he could have backed out while he's sitting there looking at the papers with a pen in his hand and then decide not to sign. There's nothing I could do about it because it's avoidable. But it could have worked fine. He could have kept on going and signed it, and we're done. Unenforceable is not in writing. Neither party can sue for performance. Not enforceable between the parties. If it's not in writing, it's unenforceable. That's what I meant. Now let's talk about these two differences. This is easy points on the test, guys. So get this just locked in. If we need to add to the offer to purchase, let me show you the offer to purchase. If we need to put in more things than the basic offer can account for, what do we use? What kind of document do we use to add things to an offer to purchase? While I'm pulling it up, tell me in the chat. We're adding to the offer to purchase. Big fat hint. Here's our offer to purchase. And it's a contract if it turns into one. But it starts its life being an offer to purchase. And if we scroll about halfway, there it is. And we need to add things. It's only, at 15 pages, 16 pages. That's a lot, but not as big as some. New construction could be like double that. And if we need to add some elements to this offer to purchase, which means some things you don't need on some and you do need on the other. Additional provisions. That one gives us 6 different add-ons that are possible. One of them is a deadline. We could put a deadline. We could say, let's see. We'll look more at that in chapter 10, but let me give you a little glimpse. Six possibilities if we need to add into an offer to purchase. If we want to say, hey, seller, don't jerk me around for 3 weeks. I want to hear something by tomorrow at noon. You can put in an expiration. And this will let you do that, an additional provisions addendum. If you want to put an expiration as a seller, here's what we'll use to do that. It might be that they're buying land and they need to make sure it perks. They don't want to buy the land unless it's going to be able to support the size house they want to build. They need to build a 4-bedroom house, so it needs to perk for a blank, or in this case, 4-bedroom home. Or maybe it's a rental property, and we want to have a place in writing that says, hey, seller, we're going to make an offer on your rental property, but we're going to need you to provide all the rental documents, the leases, the deposits, any sort of details that we need to know. Any notices to the tenant? Have they been slow to pay? Have you made outstanding tenant notices to them? Because I'm buying a business from you. I'm buying the business of this investment rental property. So making this offer is subject to you giving me the documents related to that. This one is kind of weird. We tell you, preach to you, don't write legal language, but then we give you something with like 14 lines in it. But the purpose of this thing is that maybe there's like dated carpet, like shag carpet from 1965. And the buyer says, well, I'll buy the house, but only if they give me a carpet allowance. I'll pay this price, but only if it includes new carpet. Doesn't have new carpet now, but I want there to be by the time I close. You'd write that sort of a cosmetic sort of a thing in there. It could also be used for anything that the buyer's worried about. Even though if it's going to show up on a home inspection, let's make sure we're redundant. The seller understands this offer requires that these things be included or done or fixed. Another one is if it's a mobile home, it gives us a place to put the vehicle identification numbers. So a good official written place. Need VIN numbers on any vehicle that you buy, including a mobile, even though you've turned it into a not mobile because you took the wheels off, put it on a foundation, registered with the DMV. It still has a VIN plate on it somewhere. And so we need to identify that. And then finally, if there's a pool or a spa and you de-winterize it to test it, the inspector does, who's going to pay for it to be re-winterized, seller or buyers? Negotiable. So there's a variety of these sorts of addenda. Could also be this one, very commonly used. If the buyer's using FHA financing or VA financing, you need to include this addendum to give them some extra protections. The main protection they're getting with a VA addendum is if it doesn't appraise for the sale price and the buyer doesn't find out about this until after the due diligence period, they could still get their earnest money back if they have this addendum included, which is different than normal. If they didn't have this included, then they wouldn't be entitled to that earnest money back. Lead-based paint. At what point are we going to need to provide a lead-based paint addendum? In what situations? You know this. There you go. Before 78. Any property built before 78, if you make an offer, you better check this box and include the lead-based paint addendum. If it needs a lot more signatures because it's an estate situation, a estate sale, you've got 4 kids of the deceased, plus each of them are married. There's 8 signatures, and that doesn't fit on these 2 lines or 1 line. So anything you're adding to an offer is an addendum. Anything you're changing of a contract later is an amendment. So when it becomes a contract and something needs to be changed, you don't use an addendum anymore. That was for back before it became a contract. There are several examples of ways that the contract could change. They might change because the inspections reveal a lot of things that need fixed. And the seller says, well, I don't have time to fix them. Instead of fixing them, how about I just give the buyer $5,000 toward their closing costs? That would require a change. And we would make that change using an amendment to the contract. Not an addendum, but an amendment. So they like to ask this. How do we add additional terms to an offer with an addendum? How do we make changes to a contract once it's under contract, no longer offer, but now contract? That's an amendment. Think maybe amendment to the Constitution. And again, this part, they might paint and write out this long paragraph of a situation involving an underage person that was drunk and mentally ill, whatever. But could it still close successfully? Yes. It could still be honored and closed as long as everybody decided to keep going. Here's the one we talked about. This makes it void instead of voidable if somebody signs a contract after they've been declared incompetent to handle their own affairs through court order. It's all about that court order. If it weren't for the court order, if they were just medically declared or determined, diagnosed by a doctor to have Alzheimer's, for instance, then it would be voidable. Here are essential elements to a contract. They're going to look kind of familiar. One of them is offer and acceptance. One party's making an offer, the other party's accepting it. Another one is consideration. Something of value is required to make it a contract. The other one is the parties need to be competent, 18, sane, sober, and it must be for a lawful objective. If you get into a dispute with a seller as a buyer and you go to court and say, Judge Judy, I'm mad at this seller. They are breaching the contract. I wanted to buy this meth house on this 5-acre pot farm, and they are backing out. They're breaching on me. Judge Judy's going to say, speak to the bailiff on the way out, but you're wasting my time. And what was that address again? So it's got to be for a lawful objective. Those are 4 essential elements. Mutual assent. This concept of mutual assent, somebody's making an offer, and the other side eventually agrees, maybe. And if that happens, there is a meeting of the minds. If somebody's trying to get out of a contract later, the judge is going to say, was there a meeting of the minds, and can you prove it? Well, yes, I have a signed contract from all the parties and proof that it was communicated. So yes, we have mutual assent. That's going to be the thing that they're looking for. It may not be the buyer who makes the offer, although that's commonly what happens. But what if a seller has, maybe it's a different kind of market, more of a neutral market or a buyer market. And that seller says, well, this one buyer has looked at my house 10 times. And I haven't had any offers in 4 months. Can't they just make an offer and just see what happens? And you, their listing agent, could say to them, why don't you make them an offer? You're asking $350. Something about that is keeping them from being willing to make you an offer. Would you sell it for $330? Well, yeah, I'd sell it for $300. At this point, okay, well then let's make them an offer. And so in that case, the seller is the offeror. So the buyer's not always the offeror. Just side note. Whoever's making the offer is the offeror. If that initial offer gets changed in any way at all, it's a counteroffer. So what is a counteroffer? First and foremost, write this one down, a rejection. It rejects the initial offer. So what if a buyer makes an offer and the seller says, no, I like the price. I like everything about it, except they want to close on September 7th. That's my hamster's birthday. I don't do anything on my hamster's birthday, but I will close on September 8th. So I'm going to scratch through this and initial it, and I'll send this back over. And you're going to say, are you crazy? You just rejected the initial offer. So The buyer gets this counter offer, and the buyer says, "Nope, sorry, the 8th is my hamster's birthday. I can't do it on then. And you know what? I don't appreciate that you even doubted me and changed this, so I'm out of here." Buyer walks away. What if the seller said, wait, okay, I'll sign the first one that said the 7th, and they hurry up and sign it and communicate that they signed it? Are we under contract? That first offer for September 7th that got countered is dead. They killed it when they countered by one silly little day closing difference. Doesn't matter what the difference, what the change of the offer is. It voids it, it destroys, it kills the offer. It's a rejection, and then it's a counter proposal. And so that seller cannot behold the buyer to that initial one because they already said no to it. They're going to have to hope that the buyer says that, yes, okay, we'll go back to that one, but they don't have to. Big testable question. What happens with a counteroffer? It's a rejection and a counter proposal, and it kills the offer that was made that they countered on, no matter what the change, how tiny the change is. It's a rejection of that offer. And if an offer is made or a counteroffer, and the other party has not accepted it yet, how long can you go but if you change your mind and want to back out of that offer you made? What kind of timeline is required to back out of an offer that you make or a counteroffer that you might make? Can you? If you've made an offer, do you have to wait for them to respond, or can you say, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't want to buy this anymore. At what point can you go all the way up to and still back out? Your right of rescission. It's not like a number of days. It's not like an automatic 5 or 7 days or anything. It's just the pointy point before they've accepted. Yeah. You're good as long as they haven't yet accepted and communicated. So when you make a counteroffer, you can back out of that counteroffer if they haven't accepted and communicated that they accepted it yet. What if you make an offer and say, well, today is Wednesday, 8:30 at night. This offer expires tomorrow at noon. I don't want to be jerked around. There are other houses I could buy. Do you have to give them until tomorrow at noon? No. It's just that tomorrow at noon kills the offer. Now you've put in a self-destruction date and time, but you don't have to honor it all the way until noon. You could wake up in the morning at 7:30 and say, you know what? Never mind. I'm out. I back out. You don't have to give them until the deadline that you put in. The deadline is for them, not for you. The deadline kills the offer. What if it's noon? What if it's 12:03, 3 minutes after noon or 1 second after noon, and you still haven't heard from that party you made the offer for? It might be that they say, well, it's dead now, so I'm not even going to bother to tell them anything. Because it is. As soon as you hit that deadline point, then you don't have an offer on the table anymore. Now, the polite and professional thing would be for them to acknowledge it and say, they're saying no. They're not going to respond to this. They're not going to accept it. So let us know if you want to try again. But as of now, it's after the noon deadline, and we're just letting you know officially they weren't interested. But they don't have to. And you don't have an offer on the table anymore because you put a self-destruct mechanism into it when you put a deadline. So a counter is a rejection of the original and a creation of a new offer. And then here's the other thing about communication. Communicating to the agent is the same as communicating to the principal. But let's talk about that a little bit. When we're talking about this topic, I like to do a little fence kind of situation. We got the buyer's side and the seller's side. And we've got a fence or a tennis net or a volleyball net. And so we have, let's just say it's a buyer's agent helping this buyer. Is this a good term to use for that buyer agent? Can we call them a selling agent? Yes or no? Sure. That ing means it's helping the buyer in some way. The listing agent is either going to be called the seller's agent, but more commonly it's going to be called the listing agent. So those are just terminologies to remember. So let's say that buyer agent met with their buyer, put together an offer to purchase, OTP. The buyer signed the bottom of it, and they sent it over to the listing agent. And the listing agent said, okay, hey, seller, I got an offer. Let me send it on over to you by email. And the seller says, great. You know what? It's everything I wanted. I'm not going to risk losing this person. So the seller signed it too. And the seller told their listing agent that they signed it. It hasn't been sent back to the listing agent yet. But the seller said, hey, I just signed it. Wanted to let you know, listing agent, are we under contract at this point in time? Do we have the communication we need? Does it matter that the seller has told their own agent? Because don't forget, we work on behalf of our client. So telling us is sort of the same as telling our client. So we haven't really accomplished much. Yes, the seller signed it, but the communication isn't finished. We are not under contract yet. You hear me? At this point in this event, this chain of events, we are not yet under contract. On the tests, if they say at what point were you under contract, we're not. We do have a signed offer to purchase, but until it's communicated across the fence, meaning listing agent has told the buyer agent, now we're under contract. But don't forget, this document is still in the seller's computer. They haven't even sent it to their agent yet. So eventually they're going to. They need to. But legally, if it all went to court, this is the point at which it went under contract. The communication is super important. Don't ever let that mess you up. It's not just the signing of it. It's the communication that it was signed. It's not just the signing of it. It's communicating that you signed it. That is the crux. That's the hinging event, right? The main thing that makes it under contract. Now, with that, what if instead of a buyer agent helping that buyer, the selling agent is a sub-agent to seller? So that's the second option. The first option was buyer agent, but they won't agree to the buyer agency. So by default, this agent that's helping that buyer becomes a sub-agent to the seller. Can they still write up the offer? Sure. They write up the offer. Buyer signs it. They send it to the listing agent. They send it to the seller. Seller signs it unchanged. No additions, no crossouts, no counter offers, and tells their listing agent that they did so. Are we under contract at this point in time? Do we have the communication needed yet? If the seller has told the listing agent that they signed, are we still on the same side of the net? We are. Therefore, the communication that makes this under contract has not yet occurred. Seller telling their agent that they signed it is not good enough. Even though there's a document out there, and let's say The seller signed it tonight at midnight, decided to sleep on it. They went ahead and told their listing agent, hey, I signed it. I'm going to bed. Don't tell anybody anything until in the morning. I want to think more about it just in case. And then sometime during tonight, a burglar breaks in, sees this thing on the desk, and they're in real estate school because, you know, that's what you do. And they see this thing signed. Oh, it's got a buyer's signature and a seller's signature. So they must have just sold their house. They must be under contract. That burglar would be incorrect. Even though they're seeing this thing in writing before their eyes, what they don't know is that the communication from here to here has not yet occurred. Are you with me? Have I impressed that point yet? And so they don't steal anything. They start to feel bad and realize, wow, real estate really is going to make me rich. I don't need to be a burglar anymore. I'm going to leave and hope nobody catches me. And so the next morning, the seller wakes up and they're like, okay, yeah, let's do this thing. Hey, listing agent, go ahead and tell them. And if their listing agent communicates back across the line to this sub-agent to seller, we're still not done. We're still not under contract, because when it's a sub-agent to seller, they need to tell the buyer. It's not good enough just to tell the selling agent when they're only a sub-agent. They've got to tell the buyer. And at that point, that's when we're under contract. We'll talk about that some more when we come back. See you back here in 10. question to break. Does that listing agent have to send it back, communicate it back, send the actual signed offer back? No, not for it to be considered accepted, communicated. Now, is it best? Yes. Would it help? Yes. Best practice? Go ahead and send it. But on the test, they're going to ask you, this happened. At what point did it become a contract? And even a phone call is that point. Can you prove it? Good question. So best practice is to follow it up and do like everything all at once. So if you're the listing agent, your seller signs it, let's stop everything in your life and go ahead and call, text, email, including the document if you have it, but at least communicate in all those ways. Leave a voicemail so that you've got documented proof that you communicated it. And then encourage your seller to go ahead and hurry up and get it back to you so that you can send that over too, right? But they're testing you on what ifs, and they're just looking for that point of communication. So watch out for that on the test. So one more time, we've got a buyer, and if they're represented by a buyer agent, or if they're represented by a sub agent to seller, is there a difference in the communication that needs to happen? Yeah. So they've made an offer. That offer has been signed and communicated that it has been signed back to the listing agent. And now, if the listing agent communicates to the buyer agent that it was signed, are we under contract? If it's a buyer agent, it's the same thing as if they communicated to the buyer. So yes, we are under contract. But if the listing agent has communicated to the sub-agent to seller, then we're not done yet. We're not under contract until they communicate to the buyer. Here's a scenario. The buyer says, okay, it's Friday. Let me write this offer for me, agent. And this is a case where, let's say it's the buyer agent scenario. It's this one, not this one. The agent helping the buyer, the selling agent is a buyer agent. They have a buyer agency agreement signed. That's what all that means. And so the buyer says, okay, I got to leave town. Where do I need to sign to start this contract, this offer? Just let me know what happens, but I'm going to go camping and I'll be out of cell service until Monday morning. Just accept it. If they take it as it's written, let's just be done. And so he leaves. He's out of town. He can't be reached anymore. So the next day, Saturday, the seller has thought about it and they've agreed. They signed it. They told the listing agent that they signed it, and the listing agent told the buyer's agent that it has been signed. And let's just say that they haven't even sent it actually over yet. They just communicated that it has been signed. Are we under contract? Yes, because that's a buyer agent, not just a sub-agent to seller. Let's add an element. So the buyer goes on this camping trip and he comes at one with nature and realizes material things are ridiculous. I want to live in the woods. I'm going to sleep under the stars. I don't even want that house I made an offer on Friday. And as soon as cell service returns on Monday, when he comes back in town, he tells his agent, you know what? Before the agent can even tell him anything and tell him that we have a deal, he says, I want out. I don't want to do it. I rescind my offer. Are we under contract? Exactly. Joseph says, too bad, you're under contract because they told me and I'm your buyer agent, and telling me is the same as telling you. Good. But what if we changed it around a little bit? Now, instead of it being a buyer agent, this buyer said, I will not sign the buyer agency agreement. Go ahead and submit the offer. Seller tells listing agent that they signed it on the Saturday. Can't reach the buyer yet. Listing agent goes ahead and tells the sub-agent to the seller, meaning the one helping the buyer, right? Selling agent. Hey, they signed it. We have a deal. The sub-agent's going to say, I wish, but I can't reach my buyer yet. If you could just hang on, I'll maybe try to reach him some other way, but they can't. Monday morning, the buyer gets back in town and gets into sell coverage, calls the selling agent, the sub-agent to seller. And if that sub-agent to seller answers the phone by saying, we're under contract, then they're under contract officially, right? Like technically. But if the buyer calls that agent and the agent doesn't hurry up and deliver or communicate, that buyer says, you know what? I'm at one with nature. I don't want to buy the house. I want to back out. Then they're not under contract. See the point? See the difference? It's only when it's been communicated to the buyer in the event that that buyer is represented by a sub-agent to seller that it's under contract. How we doing with that? Go for it. Yeah. Good question. So the 3 days is about the working with agents disclosure, right? But yeah, email is considered having been delivered when it's sent, right? Not when it's opened. But in this case, they're not going to test you to that level of trickery about the difference between an agent telling a buyer in real life. Was that communication happening to the buyer? Do we have proof that it was told to the buyer? And that may very well stand, that the buyer got an email. But if it's a phone call, it's going to have to be to the buyer. It's not good enough for it to be just to the seller's sub-agent. But yeah, emails count for when you send the email, not like a read receipt or anything. You couldn't say, well, I didn't open my email until today. Well, when was it sent? 3 days ago. Well, that's the date that counts. But they'll make it a little more elementary than that. Yes, text's kind of on the same level as phone calls. So communication to an agent, in this case that we've talked about, a buyer's agent, is the same as communicating to that agent's principal. Unless the agent is not a buyer agent, but is only a sub-agent to seller. Communicating to a listing agent is the same as communicating to the seller, because there is no alternative to that. You're either a listing agent or you're not. How can we terminate an offer? Watch out for this. In this chapter, you really need to, on the test questions you run into, take a deep breath, think, okay, wait, are we talking about an offer phase or is it a contract yet? Big difference. So be real careful. How does an offer, not contract, but an offer get terminated? It could become revoked. Party could say, forget it, never mind, I don't want to do it anymore. Withdraw, right? Same thing. They could withdraw their offer. They could revoke their offer before it's been accepted or rejected by the offeree. What if the buyer dies while it's still being considered, still in the offer phase? Do we have an offer anymore? Nope, don't have an offer anymore. What if the seller dies while it's still in the offer phase? Same. Still in the offer phase, seller dies, we don't have an offer anymore. That's different than a contract. With a contract, there's something enforceable that the seller's estate or heirs would have to honor. And so if the seller dies in a contract situation while we're still executory under contract, then yes, estate and heirs honor the contract. but not when it's just an offer. The word consideration we saw a little earlier, it just means something of value, usually money, usually going to be a check or a wire, but anything bargained or exchanged. It could be my favorite thing of value besides money to show in these classes, and I don't have a video handy, but I'll bring it up later. But a fainting goat. You ever seen fainting goats? If they hear a loud noise, they stiffen up and just fall over paralyzed for a couple seconds. Poor things, but they're hilarious. Anything. Could be a herd of those. Could be cattle. It could be cars, motorcycles, guitars, but it's probably going to be money. Now watch out for this one too. Along with the offer to purchase, what does it include? Let's take a look at my high-tech graphic skills again. We've got our offer to purchase, the document, the offer itself. That's one thing. What else? You tell me. Those of you who have been a seller or been a buyer or heard about it or read ahead, what sorts of other items do we need to accumulate? You're working with me. We're both the agents involved. What do we need to get from that buyer in order to have a nice, complete package to present to this listing agent? We need the offer. What else do we need to get? What makes for a good overall offer to purchase? Yeah, there we go. Some money. The due diligence money, the due diligence fee. By the way, it's non-refundable. What's another thing? Oh, there we go. Victor says earnest money. That's an earnest money deposit that is potentially refundable. Another item would be smart, would be a pre-approval letter if it's a loan that they're going to get, so we can prove that they're a strong potential to get the loan approved. So it's more than just the offer paperwork. It's going to be some checks, 2 checks, and probably a pre-approval letter or a proof of funds if it's cash. We want to show proof that the cash exists, which is kind of a joke because you could spend all that cash the next minute. And now the proof of funds is irrelevant because the cash got spent. But yeah, here's the thing. Good question. Zantosh says, if it's land only, do they need earnest money? So whether it's due diligence money, forget about this heading right now, earnest money, they are optional. Meaning their presence or absence does not make it a valid offer or not. Will the seller seriously look at it if it doesn't have either or both of these things? Maybe not. It's going to be market dependent. The seller gets 3 other offers from other buyers for that land and they all have it, then you're probably not going to be strong. But yes, no, not required. It's not required on anything. The due diligence money is not required, and it's negotiable. Earnest money is not required, and it's negotiable. It could be 0. And the due diligence date or deadline is also optional, not required. Let me say it that way. In other words, the due diligence period, due diligence deadline, means the amount of time that the buyer has to still consider whether they want to buy it. Usually that's the time they're going to do the inspections, have the appraisal, have a survey. Basically, they can back out for any reason or no reason. That's how they like to say it. Any reason or even just no reason. They could wake up the next day and say, never mind. I don't want to do this anymore. What are they going to lose if we're under contract and it's within the due diligence period? Well, they're definitely not getting their due diligence money back. That was non-refundable on day 1 of going under contract, but they might get their earnest money back. So all of these things, all 3 of these things are optional. Not to say that a seller wouldn't make them required, basically. Hey, if you want to buy my house, you're going to have to come up with these things, but not legally. Doesn't make it mean it's legal or not just because they're not don't exist or do exist. What do you mean addendums? What do you mean by that, Victor? Was it something I asked earlier? Oh, of course. Yeah, good one. Absolutely. And that's a good lesson, right? Because if your buyer is a VA buyer or an FHA buyer and you forget the FHA VA addendum, remember that thing where I said they could still back out after the due diligence deadline and get their earnest money back, which is different than normal? That's not going to be available to them if you don't get that addendum and include that in the offer. So it's just because they're an FHA buyer doesn't give them that privilege. The privilege only comes by having that document included in the offer and therefore the contract. So earnest money is not required. They love to ask this. Due diligence money is not required either. It's not considered the word consideration. Remember, for it to be a contract, it's got to have consideration. The legal term for earnest money is not consideration. The consideration is going to be arriving at the day of closing. That's the bulk of the money. That's the purchase price, essentially. The earnest money is not consideration. I can't say it enough. What is it, though? What's the purpose of earnest money? You tell me. Showing you're serious. Yeah, good faith. Showing that you're not just, hey, let's just see if I can get him down. Well, you need to pay to play. You need to show that you're willing to put something into the game, put some skin in the game, right? It's been around forever. Earnest money was around way before due diligence money. We didn't start using due diligence money in this market until 12 years ago. I still think of it as new. And once upon a time, up until about 5 years ago, the rule of thumb that I would quote when a buyer said, hey, I'm making this offer, how much should I write these 2 checks for? I would say, well, we could probably get away with 1% of the sale price for both of them combined. And that was good advice and true. But that has gone out the window because it became a tiebreaker. It became that kind of a thing, and it really just got out of hand. But it's still out there, still the same thing. And now it's the question, the answer to the question, how much should I write these checks for, is how much do you want the house? How much can you afford? And how much would your stomach be hurting tomorrow if you don't get it and you could have put in a little bit more and won? Maybe nothing, maybe not much more, and that's okay too. I'm not trying to pressure them into selling. I just want them to make sure they understand the market the way it is. And if they're serious about buying, here's what it's going to take. So for testable, it's not consideration. The consideration is coming when? When does the seller get the consideration? You got it. At closing, it's pretty much the purchase price. Another thing, though, that we'll learn in a little while, I'll just give you a glimpse. The due diligence money and the earnest money both are combined something called, here's the term we can refer to them both, liquidated damages. That is a term that these are known as. Liquidated damages to who? To the seller if the buyer doesn't buy the house or backs out or breaches. The only thing available to the seller with our standard contract that we're studying, 2T, is the way it's known. What the seller has available to them if the buyer backs out and doesn't choose to buy is either at least the due diligence money, but maybe both due diligence and earnest money as liquidated damages. And what it says in the contract is, hey, seller, that's all you're getting. We'll see it a little bit later, but the seller can't sue the buyer for specific performance. The buyer sues the seller If the seller breaches, the buyer sues the seller for specific performance. That's the remedy available to the buyer. But if it's the buyer who doesn't go through with it, the only thing the seller is going to have to show for that time off the market is these two chunks, maybe even just one of them, depending on when the buyer backed out. Because here's what it looks like. We're on the market, and then boom, an offer is made and accepted and communicated, for that matter. Now we're under contract. Now this time frame is happening all the way to closing day. And then there's still another date in here. Could be anywhere. Could be back here. Could be in the middle. Could be closer to closing. But that's the due diligence deadline during which the buyer can back out for any or no reason. It's the time when inspections are done, survey, appraisal, and just maybe Uncle Joe from Arizona who sold 3 houses 25 years ago, and they just trust him. They want him to come look at it. And you're like, what does he know? Nothing. But that's okay. Whatever the reason the buyer wants to walk, they can walk. During this period of time, what are they walking away from if they back out during this due diligence period? You got it. Because that due diligence money was given here. Day one of under contract, when that contract has an effective date, when it became a contract. What are they getting back if they back out during the due diligence period? Anytime up till this date, yep, they're going to get back the earnest money deposit is refundable unless the seller just doesn't sign the release. Now, legally, according to the contract, the earnest money is refundable. But if they go past this deadline, now the earnest money is off the table. The seller gets to keep it, gets to get it. They don't even have it. It's going to go to the seller. And I joke and say that we really should call this period the earnest money period because that's the money that it depends on. But I know it's because you're doing your due diligence, and that's why they call it the due diligence period. Due diligence meaning inspections and whatever else you need to decide whether or not you want to go through with it. So look out for those terms. Capacity of the parties, we know this, 18 sane and sober. Lawful objective, the contract must have one. Be for a legal purpose, not an illegal purpose. Also, it's unenforceable if there was discrimination involved. Some sort of fair housing violation would also nullify it based on this lawful objective thing. We talked about this already, the 17 underage. Can the seller back out? Not without consequences, but can the 17-year-old? Yes, for any reason, with no consequences. When do offers need to be delivered? And this might have been what you were talking about earlier, Victor, now that I think about it. Offers must be delivered ideally as soon as possible, not later than 3 calendar days after receipt of that offer. So they like to test on that. So if you are the listing agent and you receive an offer, don't just sit on it. Tell that seller right away. Send it over right away. What they like to test you on is, should you sift through all 13 offers, pick the best ones and only send the seller the best ones, or send the seller the best ones first before the worst ones? No, you just send them as you get them, right? You don't want to put any more weight on them just because they're the first offer that came in either. Because it doesn't mean that you just have nothing else to do in your job and your day than sit there waiting for these offers on this one house. You might have to go on an appointment and to go on a listing appointment. You come out of the appointment 2 hours later and you've got 4 more offers. You don't say, hey, seller, this is the one that came in first. This is the one that came. Now, they might see that in the email chain, but the point is they shouldn't give more weight on when they come in, and you shouldn't either. Just send them. As soon as you get a batch of them, send them more. Don't hold them. Just send them as you get them, and if you don't see that you got them for an hour or so, whenever you do get them, send them ASAP. And definitely, no matter what, not later than 3 days. Go ahead. It is, but with some certain person's permission. So whose permission do you need as a buyer, as a listing agent, before you can tell anybody that there are multiple offers? Whose do you think? The seller. Sure. So here are two very important nuances. That, which is not too hard to figure out. And so you might, on that listing appointment, say to the seller, okay, what's our strategy for if we get multiple offers, seller? Do you want to give me permission to tell everybody that there are multiple offers or not? Why do you think a seller might not want you to tell everybody that there's multiple offers on the table? What would be a good reason not to? It's not always beneficial to them to tell people that there's multiples, because in a market like this, I've told you 83 offers, 37 offers, 13 offers. You've got some buyers who've tried 10 times in a row and lost every one. And maybe if that buyer finds out exhausted that this one, is also multiple. Exactly. Yep. You might run off a perfectly good offer that could have been the best one. So it's not for you to decide. As the agent, again, you got to help your seller understand why this is a thing that needs to be thought about. Here's my favorite procedure. I'll say to the seller, look, if we get multiple offers, don't give me permission to disclose that. I don't want it. Because then I can tell everybody who makes the offer, even the first one, and there's only one offer, sorry, seller hasn't given me permission to disclose the number of offers. And what are they going to assume? That there are some. But what do they not know for sure? Whether there are any or how many. And so it just doesn't give them a definitive answer. And again, you're in it to help your seller in their best interest. And if they agree that their best interest is not discouraging a potentially best offer because that happened to be a buyer that was exhausted on that day, and they're like, well, just forget it. I don't want to compete. Now, you and I both know if you don't want to compete, you're probably not going to get anything ever. I know you're just in your feelings right now, feeling sorry for yourself, but you might need a minute. And I get that, but I don't want to in that moment scare them off. Or at least if we do, it's the seller's decision. Perfect segue, because this is the other great question that you'll run into. So you guys tell me. The answer is yes, but with an asterisk. Yes, the question was, can you tell people what the highest offer is on the table? The answer is, Victor says, it depends. You need somebody's permission, and it's not the seller. Whose permission do you need to disclose the highest offer on the table? Nope. Not the firm, not the BIC. Good guesses, though. I'll give you a hint. You're never going to get it. It's not the seller's either. Not for the seller to give you that permission. Who doesn't want you to give that information? You got it. So be very careful. People get this wrong in CE classes all the time, 10-year agents. It's not for the seller to give you permission to disclose the highest offer. It's the one who made the highest offer, and they would be foolish to do so. And so they probably never would. But legally, and people get in trouble for it to the point where it's mentioned in the CE classes. Here's another one. Anybody heard of something called an escalation clause? Escalation clause in an offer to purchase. That means somebody's trying to get fancy. And they say, hey, I know there's probably going to be multiple offers. I'll go ahead and tell you now, whatever the highest offer is, I'll increase it by another $2,000 with maybe a cap, not to exceed $630,000 or whatever, right? Well, the problem with that strategy, the commission says, we don't like that, because how are you going to do this escalation clause thing without disclosing what the highest offer is? And you can't disclose what the highest offer is without permission of the one who made the highest offer. So we frown upon escalation clauses. They're pretty tricky and not advisable in this market, in this state. Other states do them. So I'll hear the question mentioned in CE or post licensing sometimes, but there it is. So I'll ask you many times throughout the course, whose permission do you need to disclose that there are multiple offers? Whose permission is that? The seller. Whose permission do you need to say what the current highest offer is? The offeror, but I know what you mean. The one making that highest offer. You got it. All right. Offers and counters ASAP, not later than 3 days, kind of as an offshoot of the whole mail back when we mailed things. But now everything can happen pretty much within minutes. But it's still in there, 3 calendar days after receiving. It doesn't mean you should keep them as a listing agent. You need to get them, or either agent really, because you could have counter offers you're dealing with. And then a little nuance here, back to agency and brokerage agreements. It's not, first of all, do all agency agreements have to be in writing? Yes. But not because of the statute of frauds. We're going to talk about the statute of frauds, which says in order for something to be enforceable, it must be in writing. In order for it to be enforceable, it must be in writing. That's something called the statute of frauds. You need to know that definition. But it's not because of that statute of frauds that agency agreements have to be in writing. They have to be in writing because the Real Estate Commission says so. They made a rule that they have to be in writing. So I don't know why it's important for you to know that explicitly, but it is. So watch out for that one. Agency commission rule says that agency contracts must be in writing. It's not the statute of frauds that says so. Statute of frauds says that a contract should be in writing to be enforceable, right? Or a deed. Reality of consent, something that could make it voidable, is a mistake or fraud. It could result in a voidable contract. Duress and undue influence. Let's talk about that. If someone signs an offer, a contract, making it a contract under duress, that means that they signed it because of fear of violence, or they did have violence acted upon them, either because of violence or the threat of violence. That's called signing under duress. Know the difference. Undue influence is still bad, but it's not violence. It's like an adult daughter, son of his elderly property owner says, hey, Mom, I really think you should sell the house. I really think you should sign this contract, this offer, make it a contract, because if you don't sell, I just don't know that we'll have time to bring the grandkids around to see you anymore. Or some horrible thing like that, right? You're trying to influence them based on your power over them. So that's undue influence. You're not physically threatening them, violence or anything. That would be duress. So know the difference between those two. Those would result in a voidable contract. Threat of violence, threat of duress. Let's talk about auctions. A couple things about auctions. That's just another way to sell property. But if I want to list a property and use an auction to sell it, or if my seller wants me to, I have to now have an auctioneer's license to go along with my real estate license. So know that 2 licenses required, a real estate license and an auctioneer's license, in order to use auctioning to sell the property. The auctioneer is the one who is the broker. They're not necessarily the one who's talking fast. You ever been to an auction or watched one where they go, blah, 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 sold it to the man in the whatever? That's the crier. That's just an employee. Or it could be that the auctioneer chooses to do that themselves, but the crier does not need a license. You can hire and use somebody that doesn't have a real estate license to actually conduct the auction. But you're the auctioneer whose name the auction is being done in. You need a broker license and an auctioneer's license. And you could hire someone to do the actual crier part of it. Couple things. Anybody remember eBay? It's still out there. I'll try to find some specific musical instrumentation and gear on eBay from time to time, but it's sort of, I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're selling. But it's an auction website, remember? And so anybody ever looked on it? Do you ever see like something is worth $1,000 and the price listed is only like $3? Why is that? Why is it showing $3 if it's worth $1,000? Yeah, they're just bids. Are they really going to take $3 for it? Maybe, if they set no reserve. And that's how this works too. So with real estate, you could either have an auction with a reserve or without. You could say, I want to sell my house for $350,000, but if I don't get any offers for at least $348,000, then I'm not selling it at all. If somebody bids all the way up to $347,900, I'm not selling it. They do not win my house. That would be setting a reserve. And that's it. That's all you need for this level of it in the class. Minimum selling price. If the price doesn't get met, there is no sale. Without reserve, the highest offer wins. And that might encourage higher offers because people might get excited and then get caught up in the outbidding of each other and maybe get it sold for more than they actually wanted. So it's those two types. Oh, right. We have a buyer who makes an offer for $150,000. Seller counters that offer. Says, I don't want 150, I want 153. The buyer says, no, not interested. I'm going to keep looking. The next morning, the seller finds out that they need to transfer with their new job sooner than they thought. And so they reach out to that buyer and say, you know what? Never mind. I'll take your 150. Are we under contract? And does that buyer have to honor the 150? They killed it. They killed it when they countered at the 153. They would have to hope that the buyer does decide to resubmit and agree, but it's not automatic. It's no longer on the table. They do not have to honor that original offer. Here's a statute of frauds. Must be in writing to be enforceable. The statute of frauds applies to these things. Real estate contracts. Real estate contract needs to be in writing to be enforceable. Let's skip the middle one. Come back to it. Option to purchase contracts must be in writing to be enforceable. Meaning that buyer is saying, hey, I'll give you $10,000 option fee. Seller says, okay, I'll give you the freedom to decide whether you actually want to buy it or not, and I'll give you a year to do it, or 6 months, or 2 years. A duration of the option in exchange for an option fee. And by the way, an option to purchase contract is an example of a unilateral contract. Promise is only from one side, not both. That needs to be in writing in order to be enforceable. If you took him to court over this thing, judge is going to say, show it to me in writing. I don't have it. We'll get out. And then the middle one is a little weird, and we'll cover it when we get to rentals. But let's say we're in a commercial lease situation, and a tenant does a hair salon, operates a hair salon. She's the tenant. If her lease is for 3 years or less, there's some automatic protections in place by law, which says if that property gets sold, she will not lose her lease. They have to honor her lease. But if her lease is for more than 3 years, not 3 years or more, but more than 3 years, then it needs to be in writing in order for it to be enforceable. If she's got a lease for like 5 years and that property owner sells to a new person, the new owner could kick her out if the lease is not in writing. That's what this is saying. So just know that and watch for the wording. Leases longer than 3 years. Don't let them fool you and say, Sally had a 3-year lease. New owner came along and evicted her, told her she had to leave. Is this allowed or is this legal? Well, you're going to have to think, was this lease longer than 3 years? No, it was 3 years or less. Well, then there's automatic protections. Then no, he can't kick her out. Sally's lease was for more than 3 years, 3 years and 6 months or 4 years, and it's not in writing. Could he kick her out? Yes, because it's not in writing. That lease would have to be in writing to be enforceable if it's longer than 3 years. UETA, Uniform Electronic Transactions Act, just says that it's okay, it's legal, it's still a legal signature if it's electronic. You can use DocuSign and .loop and all those signing softwares. I think Adobe has one. And so an electronic signature is just as binding as what's called a wet signature. If you could sign it in person on paper and then smear it with your hand because the ink is still wet, that's what we mean by wet. Just as good for it to be electronic as in-person wet signature, still a legal contract. I've done entire offers just on this phone. It's no fun because you got to like zoom in and stuff, but it is legally allowed. It's legally possible. You can kill 0 trees to do a real estate transaction. You don't have to print things out. It's still legal. Because of what? That's what they're going to ask you. Electronic signatures are okay because of which of the following pieces of legislation? The Tenant Security Deposit Act, the Condo Act of 1986, or the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. So you're going to need to know UETA. This is the one that says electronic signing is allowed and legal. How can a contract go away? We talked about how an offer could go away. There's really not very many ways. You could either back out or turn it down. That'd be another way an offer could go away. It could be declined, rejected. A contract could go away, could get terminated or discharged. You might see that word, that sort of legal term. How could you discharge a contract? That just means terminate it. The best way, full performance. Consummation. Everybody's happy. We get paid. Buyer gets the house, seller gets the money. We get the money, our money. Could also be the parties just agree to stop. And let's just not do this. It might be that there were just plans changed. The seller never really kind of wanted to sell. They don't really care. The buyer says, you know what? I'm not going to be transferred anymore. And I found out I can do my work from home. And I don't really want to pull the kids out of school. So let's just agree not to do this. Now, is there going to be money lost? Probably. The buyer's still going to walk away from due diligence money? Probably. Earnest money? If it's after the due diligence period that they decided to do that. But everything's negotiable, but odds are seller's going to want something for the amount of time it was off the market, but it's a way the contract could go away. It could be that it's terminated because of impossibility of performance. It just cannot be consummated, or operation of law, bankruptcy, foreclosure. They didn't get it closed in time, and the foreclosure process ticked along, and finally it got foreclosed before they could successfully close on this purchase. A lot of times in real life, though, with a foreclosure, as long as people keep the lender in the loop, they'll pause the foreclosure process. If you tell them, look, lender, you're going to get your money plus the penalties and interest if you just give us some time to get this thing done. Assignment. Who knows what I mean by an assignment? Assignment is something that comes up when you're talking about investors, for instance. And yeah, wholesaling, Victor says. Wholesaling means you find a seller who's maybe desperate or motivated, and you lock them into a contract. And you don't decide you want to buy it yourself, but you still have them under contract. So yeah, subject to the existing loan, that could be another thing that's involved in this, that you could say, hey, I've got an investor friend that does want to buy things right now. I don't really want to take this one on. It's too much. It's too much for me to handle, but they like this sort of thing. You could sell your rights to that contract to your investor buddy or anybody else and assign the contract to them in exchange for $1,000 or $5,000, $10,000. There's a guy on, I think, Instagram and YouTube right now, Pace Morby, P-A-C-E, Pace Morby. He's talking a lot about subject to and wholesaling. So if you want to see what that sales pitch sounds like, go check him out. P-A-C-E, Pace Morby. The problem is this year's CE class, where they really spend a lot of time explaining that you could do these wrong. And it's almost the case the commission is moving toward maybe requiring a license if you do wholesaling and subject to. The problem is, are people like that disclosing properly? You should not enter into a contract with someone if you can't actually consummate it. If you choose not to go through with it and then assign it, that's one thing. But if you get into it with them knowing that you can't afford it and there's no bank that's going to loan you the money and you just want to do it to immediately go assign it, the real estate commission has a problem with that. It's all spelled out in this year's CE class because they're thinking wholesaling and subject to is going to just become more common. But subject to means subject to the existing loan or assuming the loan. Because think about this, we're in the 6-7% interest rate realm right now. Not too long ago, they were 2.5%, 3%, 4%. Do we think that maybe a seller might try to appeal to a buyer and say, hey, why don't you just assume my 3% loan instead of trying to get a 7% loan? So we're probably going to see more loan assumptions. Now, they have to be qualifying loan assumptions. Usually that lender with the existing seller's loan is going to say, I'm not just going to give this loan, let any old buyer assume it. You better prove that you're worthy, right? Can you afford it? So all of that comes into the picture. We'll talk more about that tomorrow night. Have a great night. Let me know if you have any questions from the practice exams that you didn't think about tonight. We went through all of them, but also the license law one. So we could still go back to that too. So just let me know and I'll see you then. You too.